Prakash Nagesh there, Rosetta by Ferns. All set to tee off. And off he goes. So since this is alternate shot, the players would have already decided, the teams would have decided which of the players would be teeing off on the odd number holes and which of the players would be teeing off on the even number holes. And exactly that would happen hole after hole, and after the tee shot, they would alternate till the hole is completed. Now back to the first tee, where we have SNC Eagles, Raju Gowda, Colonel V.N. Gowda, and Ramaya Royals, Umesh Kumar and Ganapati. That looks like Umesh of Ramaya Royals on the first tee. All set to fire down the first fairway. Round 3. Day 1. KPL 2021, the third edition. Live from the KGA, and the drive down the first fairway from Umesh Kumar of Ramaya Royals. And off he goes. So this is likely to go a bit faster, we assume, because it's effectively a 2-ball. So let's see. That's why a slightly delayed start this time. We started off at 7:30 p.m., the shotgun, as against 6:45, the last couple of rounds that we have had. And the second batch would tee off at 12 noon, as usual. So keep watching. We are bringing you live from KPL 2021. Dr. Samir Haryani, your commentator in the box. Happy golfing and happy viewing. So the beautiful waterfall between the first and the ninth fairway on the KGA. Once again, a beautiful morning. The sun yet to show its face, but just pleasant overcast conditions. And the players would hope it remains the same through the end of the day. And it would be beautiful to play golf in this weather. The birds are out for their morning round, along with the golfers who are on the course looking for different kinds of birdies. So the view to the approach of the first green, you can see the SNC Eagles and Ramaya Royals players. For the Ramaya Royals, Umesh Kumar had teed off, so it will be Ganpati who will play the next shot. Need to see who it is from the SNC Eagles who teed off. So view from the first green. What a picturesque view. The waterfall sprinkling right behind our player, who's already with his approach to green 1, or the first green. Okay, a punch there from the slope. And he waits for the ball to stop and then moves ahead. There in the far out, you can see the 10th fairway. KK Matthews and Prakash Nagesh walking towards this next shot. Prakash Nagesh had gone off the tee, and KK Matthew it would be to play in next. So it's all alternate ball here. Back to the first green. Umesh just studying where the ball lies. Of course, sorry, it's the SNC Eagles players, Raju Gowda and Colonel V.N. Gowda, who were studying the line. Umesh walking to the ball. It was a good punch from the slope by Ganpati. He was on the slope near the water, and he just punched it, which ran to the right end of the green, and Umesh would continue from there. So, expecting a faster finish, the organizers starting off the day a bit later than usual, since alternate shot would be, the play would be a bit faster as anticipated. At 7 a.m. all the players had their briefing, and by 7:15 or 7:20 all were on their tee boxes waiting for the siren to go off to signal the shotgun start. Umesh Kumar, Ramaya Royals with the putter in hand. He's on the right edge of the green, or the right of the flag. Striking it along towards the hole, which is towards the front edge, the red flag, and that's in. What a putt there by Umesh Kumar and Ramaya Royals. What a start. He sinks in that long 14-footer. And Ganpati, his partner, gave him a lovely chip from close to the water. It was a flattish punch, just carried over the bunker, landed on the green and ran across, leaving him with a 14-foot putt, and he sunk it. Now to V.N. Gowda. SNC Eagles. Uphill, but pulls it a bit to the left. He wanted to go in right to left, but I think it broke too soon, or he pulled it a bit left rather, which means Raju Gowda will mark clean and finish. So that would mark the end of hole 1 for this team on the first green. In the meantime, we have batches approaching the 9th green and the 18th green, and we will bring you live action as soon as there is some on these greens. Keep watching, it's getting interesting, and today and tomorrow are the days. It's such a close fight to the top. Today and tomorrow will mark. There you go. 2 frames on your screen. One from the 18th green, the other from the first green where they're walking off. So we will try and we'll bring the 9th approach there because the first green is just completed. 18th is in play where we have Siddharth Raju and Ashok of Krishvi Dishum and Jay Shankar and Vineet of Team Protec. They're on the 18th for you. And coming up on the ninth, approaching the ninth, you would see Ajay Paul and Ramesh Reddy of Kasu Marble Italia and Ajoy Sharma and Neeta Gilganchi of Kaveri Express. So that's in your screen. On the right is the ninth, and on your screen on the left is the 18th. So lovely way to present the picture in picture, all here at the live stream from the KGA, the KPL 2021. Good morning, Meena Prakash. Thank you for filling in the commentary box last Tuesday when I was missing in action. Looking forward to see you play. Wonderful approach there on the ninth, but just carrying forward a bit beyond the green. You can see the ninth as well. Krishvi Dishum is putting uphill around 18 feet, maybe 20 to the flag. Striking it from the left. It's running along towards the hole as all watch. Leaves himself a fair distance short of the blue flag. Krishvi Dishum player. Team Protect now from the left of the green on the 18th. The smaller frame on your left screen. And this one breaks too soon and moves away to the right, missing it by a far distance. Thank you for the compliments. But right now we are watching Neeta Gilganchi with her putter from just behind the green. Her partner gave her a very good approach in layup from beyond the canal. It just past the flag towards the back end. The flag is closer to the back end, the blue flag. So she needs to just put it a bit uphill from the left. Neeta. In the meantime, Team Protect on your left, putting a shorter distance to close out. Neeta comes in close, but not too close, and Team Protect has put out on the 18th. As they move to the next hole, we will bring a full screen of another hole for you. So 18th has put out. So we're trying to get you glimpses of the 14th, but it was a bit frozen, so back to the ninth. Kasu Marble Italia, Kaveri Express. And he sinks it in. Ajoy Sharma. And they're the leaders right now on the board. The Kaveri Express really expressing it at the top. Still on the ninth green. Kasu Marble Italia. Ajay Paul Ramesh Reddy. Should be a pretty easy 10-inch, 12-inch putt. Just a tap and it should drop. Taking his time though, wanting to ensure that they have a good start, and he does it. Good putt there. By Ajay Paul. And that's pretty much all of them in our frames who have finished their first hole. We will await more live action as more batches approach our first tee, 10th tee, 9th green, 18th green, first green, and whenever possible the 14th green as well. So these are the 6 cameras, but we're trying to get you action from the Kingfisher hut. So we're trying to get you action from 11th and 12th green. Our distant cameras with the setup have gone out there. We're just testing the signal because it's pretty much beyond the range, but we're trying to add some special setups to get better range for us. So keep watching and we'll keep bringing you live of the KPL 2021. So on the first tee now, Team Protec, who just finished the 18th. Bit heavy on the tee box. And the ball has landed just halfway to the bunker. So didn't travel too long a distance because I think the club hit behind the ball. Ashok. So Ashok Puvana of Krishvi Dishum on the first tee. To the 10th, those who finished the 9th just now, Ajay Paul and Ramesh Reddy of Kasu Marble Italia, and Ajoy Sharma and Neeta Gilganchi of Kaveri Express. On your left, picture in picture, Ashok Puvana, Krishvi Dishum on the tee with his driver out, looking to crack it down the first fairway. There he goes. On your right, picture in picture. On the 10th tee, with from Kasu Marble, Italia, you have Ajay Paul, who's all set to tee off on the 10th. And he seems to have pulled it a bit left, going by that. No, I think it's fading back. It's fading back to the right. And the team approaching on the 18th. On your left is ASM Aces and Pro Mac Pinhai. Nihal Sabarwal Prithvi TV of ASM Aces. Nitin Sood Sagar Muttappa of Pro Mac Pinhai on the 18th. The left frame in your picture in picture. So they're off on the 10th tee and they're in on the 18th green. And there's another batch here on the 9th green on your right frame in the picture in picture. And that is Green Riders, Colonel Bhaskar, Group Captain Kumaran, and from Anugraha Atria Power, M.R. Vijay and Rohit Marol. So looking to line up their approach. Should be the Green Riders player going first. Doesn't look too happy with his approach. Must have pulled it a bit left. And you can see M.R. Vijay, member of the managing committee, walking up to the ball short of the canal to hit his approach to the green. In the meantime, on the 18th, coming out of the bunker, should have been Nitin Sood, who just came out of the bunker as his partner Sagar watches from the other end. And there we can see TV Prithvi chipping towards the hole. It's the blue flag, so it's pretty far at the back. Actually not. It's okay. A lovely chip, keeping himself within 2 feet of the blue flag. Prithvi TV, he was just ahead of the bunker on the left, and a chip and run, as we call it, towards the hole, leaving himself just a couple of feet short for his partner to putt it out. M.R. Vijay, in the meantime, with his approach, landing to the right of the green, just running towards the top of the hill and rolling down. A good chip. This blue flag is pretty much towards the back end of the green, and he has left his partner with around 5 feet to putt from the left to right. It may be a 3 to 4 inch left to right kind of putt with a mild downhill slope. So a ball on the 9th green and a ball or 2 balls on the 18th green ready to putt. So we will move to the 18th. Where you can see ASM Aces practicing their putt and lining up to putt now is Pro Mac Pinhai. Nitin Sood with the putter in hand, looking to get that 15 feet in. We saw one long putt by Umesh Kumar of Ramaya Royals already, and this looks like it's going to no. It's like oh and no is what we heard all the way here in the commentary box from the 18th. It just stopped at the edge. Now it's Nihal Sabarwal of ASM Aces on the 18th green, and the meantime on the 9th, just clarifying the drop, the Green Riders player with those playing with them, the Anugraha Atria Power playing with them. So MR Vijay was just helping and explaining to Colonel and Group Captain about where they could drop, because from their reaction on the approach, the ball seemed to have gone left into the water. In the meantime, Nihal Sabarwal putting it out on the 18th, a gentle nod of the head, a smile on Prithvi's face, and off they go to the first. In the meantime, let's see a full frame of the 9th. I think they've taken their drop on the 9th green, the Green Riders, and they should be chipping towards the hole from the left on the slope, rough on the slope, close to the water. Nice lob there by Group Captain and Colonel. The ball running across. Decent result. He would have loved to get closer. He got a good lob. It was in a tough position in the rough on the slope just at the edge of the water. Punched it well, lobbed it well, but after landing, not much follow through and run on the ball to get close, but it's puttable, and that's what they would hope for. The group playing with them, Anugraha Atria Power, came up close with their approach, Vijay's approach, which means Rohit would be putting. Rohit Marol with his putt, mildly downhill, 3 to 4 inches left. It's going to break from the left. Closer to the hole, it's a sharper break towards the right. So from left to right, he's all in stance, in position, lined up. Strikes it, the ball moving and turning and not turning enough, or turning a bit too late, I would say. He would have loved it if it had broken a couple of rolls earlier. In the meantime, Vijay tapping it out. So after that lovely approach, 2 putts to close out Anugraha Atria Power. After the drop near the water, the Green Riders with a longish putt. Caddy just pointing out the line. It was like, it needs to just run past here and you should be in, is what the caddy was telling him. Should be a good strike. Pretty firm there and goes past. I think it became a bit too firm. You can see the reaction. All down, hunching down on their feet, and I think it's too many. So do they pick up? I mean, if it's scratch and if it's too many. Caddy looking towards the players, but players moving on. First tee. Nitin off the tee. Pro Mac pin high. So as was briefed, the players would have decided, the teams would have decided which of the players would tee off the odd number holes and which on the even number. In the meantime, the Green Riders player has come back to complete the putt. They were walking off thinking that they could pick up or it scratch, but it wasn't. They came back and they have completed the putt. In the meantime, ASM Aces. Sabarwal on the tee. And off he goes. So it's going to be much quicker paced play here, faster, with just two people having to hit every hole, being the alternate shot. And today and tomorrow is going to be decisive. It's it's a very close race to the top. People literally within inches of each other. From what I could gauge, the top 18 or 20 teams are within 6 to 8 points within, getting and qualifying to the top 10. So it's anybody's game. Kaveri Express was sitting pretty comfortable at the top, but this is golf. And we still have 2 days of round 3 to decide who would play or which 10 teams would play at the finals on the 17th. And the 17th will be a totally new, fresh affair. All that you have done over these last 6 days wouldn't count, wouldn't matter whether you finished with 300 points, whether you finished with 500 points, whether you topped the table or you were at the bottom of the table. Nothing would matter except for how you play at the finals on the 17th. So we waiting for some action, and there you have some action. On the 10th tee, M.R. Vijay, Anugraha Atria Power. Off he goes, a bit off balance, and a grimace on the face. Green Riders. A.S. Kumaran, Group Captain, ASK on his sleeve, which says, "You want a good shot? Just ask for it. I am ASK." And he strikes it straight down. And his partner is happy. Brisk-paced walk. Chat between the partners. It's like early morning and it's like early start and early days in round 3, day 1. So a lot of discussions, a lot of possibilities. Every team knows that it's today and tomorrow that's going to count for 17th, and each and every one, except maybe the bottom 2 for whom it may need a couple of miracles, but otherwise the other 20, 22 would definitely think that we have a shot at this. And that's what's going to keep them going over today and tomorrow. The score app is not yet updated. Once it starts regularly updating, we will start giving you glimpses of the scores as well. And you can watch the team walking up on the 18th or towards the 18th green. Rosetta by Ferns Dhirendra and Dr. Ramana, and Britannia Bourbon Birdies Sunil Masand and Keshav Hingorani on your screen, far off at the back towards the 18th green. So eyes on the first green. Pro Mac pin high. Nitin Sood, Sagar Muttappa. TV Prithvi, Nihal Sabarwal, ASM Aces. The neon green or yellow ball marked by Sagar there. All set to try and make this putt in one. Muttappa. Missing the flag from the right. It was an uphill putt for him. The angle looked like left of the flag. Yes, marginally left of the flag, but went past the right, which means his partner, Nitin, needs to play next. Placing the ball, taking a walk back to get a better look at the line. Prithvi and Nihal seem to be a bit closer, or they're just letting the other team finish out. The clouds getting a bit dark in the sky. Maybe a forecast of some very slight rain, but doesn't look threatening to the play. And it'll be faster paced play today, so all hoping for the best at the KGA, where we're bringing you the live broadcast. And he misses from the right again, Nitin Sood. So they were rushing it a bit, and now again Sagar. This time it takes the left, and I think they've just scratched it out. Prithvi TV in the meantime with a shorter distance, so they were literally playing musical chairs around the hole, Nitin and Sagar. From the right, at the left edge, and then say, I sit. TV Prithvi. And that's in. Nice to have our managing committee member in charge, Ms. Rupa Pratap, online watching the proceedings. She's heading the KPL Tournament Organizing Committee. Yes, good luck to the teams. KPL definitely matured, and KGA management and the managing committee, the president, captain, and the members of the managing committee definitely bringing us a beautiful tournament. Thank you, Ned Swaroop, for putting that down in the chat box. In the meantime, we can see Srini Murthy and his partner on your screen. Must be Mr. Muda. They're here on the 9th. Kedarnath Muda and Srini Murthy of the SNC Eagles, with Shashank and Rajneesh of the Ramaya Royals. You can see the Ramaya Royals player with a chip from the rough on the right. On the slope, a gentle, gets it a bit too firm and maybe too direct, couldn't get under the ball. He wanted to lob it softly, and it's moved away towards the first cut at the back. Srini just studying the line. So the scores have started updating, so we will bring it up after the putting on this green is done. You can also watch on the app KGPL 2021. You can download it from the Play Store, and you can watch live updates of the scores. And we will keep bringing it for you at regular intervals on your screen. Srinimurthy, SNC Eagles. Downhill, blue flag, left of the green. Gentle tap and gets a break. And he's in. And he's sunk that putt in to the delight of his partner. The thumbs up, the fists up. And hat up. Lovely putt by Srinimurthy there. Got it bang on. And then bang in. So they walk off. The Ramaya Royals and SNC Eagles. Not yet actually. Ramaya Royals yet to putt because the chip went to the back first cut, and the player on your screen hitting it a bit too right, and it breaks left but breaks too late, and I think it's one too many. Live action on the 18th. Rosetta by Ferns, Dhirendra and Dr. Ramana with Britannia Bourbon Birdies, Sunil Masand and Keshav Hingorani. So Britannia Bourbon Birdies with the putt. Left of the flag. Flattish lie. It's not too much of a slope there. Maybe marginally downhill from the looks of it. Pushes it from the left and it runs past the right, leaving his partner with a little bit of a short uphill, firm putt to finish. So they mark it to wait for Rosetta by Ferns to putt first, and then they will close out that hole. Keenly watching the putt. And a slap across the side, and he misses. So the player was just in our camera view, and the partner just giving him some encouragement that don't worry, it was pretty narrow and a good attempt. Just he needs to finish out the partner, or would he wait? A gentle slap of the ball, and it just turned away at the edge. Britannia Bourbon Birdies looking to hole out, and then Rosetta would do the same. It's needs to be a bit firm because it is uphill and it went a little more than they would have wanted it to pass the hole, and negotiated well. For a second the throat was in the mouth. Am I missing from the left? Is it breaking too much too soon? Have I hit it too soft? All those thoughts in your mind when the tongue is out, but Rosetta by Ferns just completing it. without much fuss. And they walk off the 18th to the first. In the meantime, we have players on the ninth green, which will come up for you. This should be Krishvi Dishum, Monty Paruti, and Major General T.M. John and Team Protect, Gurdeep Singh Verdi and Rajgopal Kaushik. Those are the players. At the ninth green, Krishvi Dishum is on the right in the rough, looking to chip towards the blue flag. Okay, Team Protect with the chip from behind the bunker in the ninth green. It's just behind the edge of the bunker, looking to just lob it over the bunker onto the green. It's a blue flag towards the back right of the green and would be looking to chip it a bit to the left to negotiate the hill or the slight upslope. Okay, and has lobbed it and just on. Very soft landing and well chipped there. Would have loved it to break a bit right and downhill. It didn't take the downslope, so did not get it to run too much, but is decently placed, leaving his partner with 15 feet to putt with a slight mound in between. In the meantime, Krishvi Dishum with the chip from the right of the green has been practicing in that rough for quite a while, wanting to make sure that connects just enough to get it on the green. And this one has lobbed two, and it's a bit more firm and beyond the hole and goes to the back end into the first cut. So decent puttable distances, both downhill putts. So the partners would now walk up to do their job after they've been left with a distance to putt from the chip. A batch making its way to the 18th green. Should be Prashant Paul and Shashidhar Patil of Kasu Marble Italia and Kaveri Express NK Lanka and Sankalp. That should be the batch on the 18th. We'll bring it up for you. They've just approached the 18th. Major General T.M. John studying his line on the ninth green, looking to putt. A Dishum putt is what we're waiting for. Back end just off the first cut. Downhill and mildly up again. Maybe too soft. Is yes. So not enough legs, as they say. Leaving his partner with some work to complete the hole. Played very cautious. The putt was a very cautious, gentle tap. The fear of it running away, always on the mind. These lightning fast greens here. Team Protect. Need to negotiate that very small mound uphill. It's right just beyond the top of that. And then it runs fast down. So just getting the body relaxed. And a strike towards the left, and the ball moves away just past the left. So should be an easy finish for his partner, and I think they may opt to finish immediately. Now they mark it. So Monty now for Krishvi Dishum. Would be right in ideally, I guess. May not be able to see the hole with the player in the way, but looks like a right in kind of putt, and it's in. So Krishvi Dishum has finished, and so will Team Protect, which is a mere nudge. But the last thing they'd like to do is miss that distance. So they got to finish, and you got to finish it. In it goes, and off they go to the 10th. So we were looking at the approach to the first green, and in the background you can see the driving range. A full house at the driving range. Players likely to be playing in the afternoon, hitting it out, warming up, getting it right. It's a very crucial 2 days at the KPL 2021. Every team believes they have a chance of making it to the top 10, so everybody would like to give their best. Otherwise, all that they did so far wouldn't matter. Well, that got pulled a bit to the left, looks like. Our camera lost sight of the ball. Rosetta by Ferns and Britannia Bourbon Birdies on the first. The ball running in towards the green, but does it have enough to make it to the green? No, stopping just short there. So from close to the net on the right, the Rosetta by Ferns team player approaching the green, but stopping just short at the edge. Britannia Bourbon Birdies is in the bunker. and looking to come up and out. So punch into the sand. Did it not get up from the looks of it? In the sand they remain, which means the partner goes in. Just thinking of what he could have done better. So another attempt in the bunker, wanting to make sure that this comes out this time. And he gets it out. So he punches it away, but the ball has gone past towards the right of the flag. So the Rosetta by Ferns putt just from the front edge, just missing by the left and stopping. Britannia Bourbon Birdies have lost a stroke in the bunker. The first shot in the bunker did not come out. So would love to make this putt to make up for that last shot. Heading well towards the hole and just missing at the right. Looked on the mark, looked in on the money as they say, but missed at the right edge, and they would need to tap it out. Is it one too many? So I think there's an option to scratch if you're one too many. Rosetta by Ferns finish. Let's have a look at the scores. Should be updated now on your screen. So Casu Marble Italia seems to have got off to a good start. They're at 22 points. Britannia Bourbon Birdies 15, Kaveri Express 14, Ramaya Royals 14, SNC Eagles 14, Team Protec 14, Rosetta by Ferns 13, Krishvi Dishum 12, ASM Aces 11, Anugraha Atria Power 10, Green Riders 10, Pro Mac Pin High 10. So Casu Marble Italia right now in the lead early in the morning after 3 to 4 holes have been completed by most teams. Every team sniffing with a chance because the top 18, 20 are, apart from the first place, everybody else pretty much close on each other's heels, literally. Sniffing distance. So everybody would like to believe that they have a chance. coming up on the 9th. Romac Pin High, Abhishek Thomas and Rakesh Mehra. With ASM aces Ishan Patodia and Dr. Deepak TN. One of the approaches just went into the hazard towards the water behind the red stick and is in the slope, is on the slope rather, on the right. And one of the balls has come to the back end of the green on the top of the rough. So nobody on the green per se, but walking quick and fast towards the green. So it was a Pro-Mac pin high approach that has gone off into the rough, just short of the hazard. Very close to the pole that hosts the floodlight. And the ASM Aces ball is at the back end in the rough on top of the back edge of the green. So now just getting some clarification whether there is any obstruction in the line of play which should entitle him. So looking out for a match official. Just sending one across. One of the match officials for clarification required at the 9th green. As Pro-Mac Pin High has a doubt regarding obstruction in the line of play and whether they could take a drop. It's in the hazard, says Abhishek. So some action there, some clarity being sought. A call out for the course marshal to come across. In the meantime, Abhishek just loosening up. I think they've got clarity. So Abhishek now going with the chip from the rough behind the floodlight pole, just short of the water. Doesn't have a good stance, but punches it well. And unfortunately, it goes the wrong way. He would have wanted it to kick left on that slope and come down towards the flag, but it went towards the right of the slope and went away to the other edge of the green, which will leave Rakesh Mehra a pretty long putt uphill towards the flag. In the meantime, ASM Aces with a downhill chip, very short one at that. Nice soft chip just to the left of the flag. So Rakesh Mehra with a really long putt, as the chip from the hazard by his partner went to the right of the slope and ran the other side of the green, rather towards the hole. So now he has an up and down. It's like close to 30 feet, I guess, or maybe 25 at least. Needs to negotiate the uphill and then cross over the mound and come downhill towards the flag. Long one at it. Striking it, crosses over, but continues past the flag. And it's a good result within striking distance of the hole. So from where he was placed, would be happy with where they have finished. Caddies also should realize. So ASM Ace is going with the putt. Dr. Deepak. Can get a slight glimpse of the flag and the hole, and let's see if the ball drops in. And in it goes. Good result. Happy Doc. Happy Aces. And an applause from the crowd. The few spectators here sitting at the upper deck, the pavilion. And it's Pro Mac pin high now. Abhishek Thomas. Far at the back, you can see the next batch waiting. Rosetta by Ferns and Britannia Bourbon Birdies. Abhishek. And he sinks it too. So Pro Mac pin high. Managed a decent finish after being in a bit of trouble in the hazard close to the water on this hole, as we move to the 18th, where it's the Green Riders and the Anugraha Atria Powers. Should be Zubair and Colonel Shashidhar with Dr. Ram Iyer and Prashant Reddy. Looks like Colonel Shashidhar VN with the putt on the 18th. And going past the left, I think a bit too firm. Pulling it. Dr. Ram Iyer and Prashant Reddy. While Zubair Ahmed will do the cleaning up for the Green Riders. Very short putt for Zubair to finish off. And he does. So Green Riders done there. Anugraha Atria Power done too. From the 18th, they move to the first. In the meantime, we're back at the 9th, where Rosetta by Ferns and Britannia Bourbon Birdies approaching the 9th. The Britannia Bourbon Birdies are just on the edge of the green. They got a decent approach. Uday Jamnadas and Udit Chanchani. Rosetta by Ferns, I think the ball went way right to the 18th because there were shouts of watch it. And that was looks like a big hit by Shiv Nevada, which has sent the ball close to the 18th green. In fact, beyond the 18th green. So Rohan will have to get a really good chip as the ball is close to the 18th, and in fact the sponsor board coming in the way. The approach from the middle of the fairway went way right over the trees, and there was a loud shout. So Rohan with an up chip from there, and he's on the green. A fantastic result. From beyond the 18th green, chips it onto the 9th green and just over. So a good recovery there by Rosetta by Ferns. Landed on the green and just went past towards the left edge. Udit Chanchani. Leaving themselves very short. Not even, couldn't negotiate the mound on top. And leaving Uday Jamnadas with a longish putt downhill now. In the meantime, Shiv Nevada, after the approach went way right beyond the 9th, close to the 18th green, and the recovery by Rohan taking them just off the green on the 9th. Needs to now get this back as close to the hole as possible for them to get in a good score on this hole. Shiv Nevada with the putter from the left edge. A good strike, clean putt, which is heading towards the flag and stopping maybe 3.5 feet short. Uday Jamnadas now looking to go downhill. They were at the edge of the green, but Udit did not get a firm enough putt, which is leaving them to do that much more. Gentle tap, running towards, go in is what he says, and it just misses by the right. Talking to the ball sometimes helps, and it listens. It's going to be Rohan now, as Udit Chanchani just taps in and closes out the Britannia Bourbon Birdies hole. Rohan with around 3 feet, 2.5 to 3 feet, marginally downhill, maybe right in, a chat with the caddy, and would like to sink this in for sure. And he does. And it's in, and the partners escape from what could have been a scary situation. So good finish after the scare to the approach on the right and a recovery chip. Shiv and Rohan move on to the 10th. On the 18th, SNC Eagles, Jasmeet and Sudhir with the Ramaya Royals, Dhara and Abhay Kumar. So Sudhir lining up to putt. Just gauging his line. In the meantime is the Ramaya Royals player with a downhill leftish kind of putt. 18th green, live here. KPL 2021 from the KGA. And a big backswing and a gentle tap. And is it dropping in? Oh my God, that was at the edge. He cannot believe it. He started taking paces back, thinking that it's home, and one more roll, which his partner had to eventually complete for him. That must be so nerve-wracking. It looked like it was in, and it stops. SNC Eagles now. Sudhir Krishnaswamy with his putt, stopping short, which means Jasmeet will have to come and complete the formalities. And Jasmeet finishes out, taps out. So back to the 9th green approach. The next batch coming in, Adit Mozaria and Sunil Bandari. And Kaveri Express, Sundar Adige and Michael Pearce. And that's an approach which has just pitched on the left rough and bounced towards the green, but a far distance away from the hole. That was the Casu Marble Italia players. Whereas the Kaveri Express is in the rough, short of the green, as Michael Pearce and Sundar Adige are walking up. So both the teams have quite a distance to cover to get to the flag. One would be putting that distance, the other would be chipping right now. As you can see, Michael Pearce all set to chip from the rough. The front edge, the top of the front edge towards the back, and does not get under the ball well enough. Just manages to scrape onto the green. Adit Mozaria in the meantime walking towards the Casu Marble Italia ball, which is further behind on the left. Taking their time, both the teams, as they have really long putts to negotiate after the approaches left them pretty short of the hole. On the 18th, in the meantime, there is Krishvi Dishum and Team Protec, which should come up on your screen shortly. Adit Mozaria. That's running fast and hard and goes past the flag, leaving themselves another 7 feet to negotiate back towards the hole. Now, what can Sundar Adige do? A two handicapper, Sundar Adige. How close, if not in, can he get from that distance? After the chip did not do much. Completely focused. Silence around the green. Striking it. It's heading towards the hole. Come on, in the hole is what they say. And he sinks it. And says, I told you so, partner. That's the point to the partner that I told you. And the crowd erupts in applause for that wonderful sink from that distance. Definitely recovering many a stroke and gaining many a point. Prior to this, they weren't doing too well with just 4 points after 4 holes. This pair, maybe this hole would help boost their score. Adit Mozaria now. After his partner misses, needs to wrap it up. Sinks it in. Ninth hole done. And they move on. So we're on the first green now. As you can see, the Green Riders player. Longish putt missing the hole. That looked like, was it Zubair Ahmad? Yes, it was Zubair Ahmad with his attempt from the right of the green. And I think his partner's looking to just finish it off. Or they're waiting for Anugraha Atria Power player. Dr. Ram and Prashant Reddy. Sinks it in. Straightish right in. Not a far distance, and they've done. And Green Riders would do the same because it's pretty flattish over there. In it goes. So first green negotiated, first hole done. Let's move on to live action at another hole. The far distance, you can see the next batch approaching the first green. The SNC Eagles and the Ramaya Royals walking up towards the first green. Keep watching. We will be back with some more live broadcast of the KPL 2021 Round 3 Day 1 after a short break. Thank you. We are back with a multi-screen. On your left is the ninth green. Sunil is putting for the Green Riders. And on your other screen, Team Protect. Oh, that was also Green Riders. So both Green Riders and Anugraha Atria Power on the 9th and the 18th. Sunil just going past the flag a bit, leaving his partner. Very short putt to finish. MR Vijay in the meantime. Anugraha Atria Powers putting. Anugraha Atria. And he sinks it in as they move away. Same thing, Anugraha Atria. Both of them putting out on the 9th. And the 14th greens. So Green Riders, Anugraha Atria Power, picture in picture, 9th and 14th for you. 14th done. 9th gonna get done in a minute from now. Mallikarjun Wantagudi, all smiles there as they move to the 10th. Approach to the first green. Krishvi Dishum and Team Protect. Okay. So refreshments at the 4th and the 9th or 18th for the players. They pick it up on their way from the green to the tee box, have a quick bite and continue. Team Protect with the approach shot at the first. Pitches it towards the green. And a sign of acknowledgement. Chip landing on the green and running past the flag towards the back. Lieutenant Colonel Amal Raj and M.K. Ayyappa for Krishvi Dishum on the first. Putting from just off the front edge. Runs it in. It's breaking towards the hole and it comes in close. Acknowledged by the partner who will just finish it out. Team Protect from left of the flag and beyond. Will be putting from a couple of inches left. That's towards the hole and just misses from the right and stops a few inches away for the partner to finish. Should have gone this way, was what the partner just signaled as he taps it out. Krishvi Dishum Amal Raj, Lieutenant Colonel Amal Raj, and it's in. So Anugrah Atria Power on the 10th have teed off. And now for the Green Riders, it's going to be Mallikarjun Wantagudi. Rescue in hand. Looking left and then right again. And the signal is okay, just short maybe. The first tee now. Pro Mac pin high with a shout out for, as in the background, a flight, a cargo plane coming in low to the HAL airport just behind. The 14th, Srini Murthy smiling, made a good putt towards the hole, and an applause for the result. Kedarnath Mudha and Srini Murthy of the SNC Eagles. Shashank Bantwal and Rajneesh of Ramaya Royals on your screen at the 14th green. Is it way right? It was actually intended a bit more left, didn't break. And Kedarnath Mudda for SNC Eagles would finish off where Srinimurthy finished. From where Srinimurthy finished, not doesn't look too difficult. Just repairing the pitch mark. And he misses at the left edge. Can't believe it. Disappointment there. And Srinimurthy taps in. Wasn't a difficult putt, but just didn't go in. Shashank for the Ramaya Royals, and it's in. Batch in the background. Right behind them, Monty and TM John from Krishvi Dishum, Gurdeep Singh and Raj Gopal from Team Protec. In the background, we are back to the ninth here, where Ramaya Royals with the putter in hand. Umesh and Ganpati. It's Umesh with the putter and he sinks it. So Umesh has finished off for the Ramaya Royals here on the ninth. Let's have a look at the scores. Ganpati of the Ramaya Royals off the 10th tee. To the 14th green. Team Protect. Gurdeep Singh and Rajgopal Kaushik. Rajgopal putting from a line which should be just to the right of the hole, and he's in. Sinks it in, and Gurdeep Singh gives him a hug for sinking that putt. Krishvi Dishum. TMJ on his sleeve. Major General T.M. John. Aiming to the left edge with a downhill putt on the 14th green. Gets it in, and they move on. Walking over the bridge on the 9th green, or towards the 9th green. Krishvi Dishum and Team Protect. Fast-paced golf here with the alternate ball format. Team Protect seems to be in the woods on the right. Do they have a line to the green? They're right of the bridge over the canal, and taking a drop, the Team Protect. Has dropped the ball within 2 club lengths. Must have been stuck behind that tree and opted to get a better lie and line to approach the green now from the right of the bridge over the canal. Team Protect. A chip, getting a kick to the left, running fast and hard over the green into the rough on the left of the green. So leaving themselves with some more work to get close to the hole and in. Team Protect, as Krishvi Dishum is on the right of the green and looking to chip from there. Siddharth, Raju and Ashok. That's a chip headed towards the hole, but not enough. Stuck in the rough. Wanted to land it a bit further and get a bounce towards the green. The bounce was not enough to catapult it onto the green and stays in the rough there. Lovely breeze, cool morning, no sign of the sun. A good cloud cover, keeping it a very pleasant morning. The only thing that's hot right now, or getting hotter, is the golf on the KGA course. Every team believes it has a chance today and tomorrow to qualify into the top 10. And I'm sure it's go all out, do or die. That's what's going to be in the minds of the teams and the players. If you don't do it today and tomorrow, on 17th, you will just be a spectator while 10 teams fight it out at the finals. Team Protect from the left of the ninth green with the putter. Good strike of the ball. Went onto the right and moves left, but not enough. Still leaving 7 feet short of the green. The partner has some work to do. Chip from the rough. Ashok of Krishvi Dishum. They started from the 18th, they're on the 9th. So 10th hole for them, which means just 8 more to go. Nice soft chip running towards the hole, just past the left of the flag. Was hoping in his heart of hearts for a hit to the flag post and a drop in. Went past the left. And Siddharth Raju will have to come up next. So Sid marking the ball. Coming up a split screen there. On your right is the 9th hole where Krishvi, Dishum and Team Protect are at it. And on the left is the 18th where Rosetta by Ferns and Britannia Bourbon Birdies are in play. Should be Matthews and Prakash Nagesh of Rosetta by Ferns. And Misha and Naresh of Britannia Bourbon Birdies. Chip there by the Britannia Bourbon Birdies. Past the flag. Team Protect putting on the 9th. After the drop behind the trees in the woods. And goes past the right and wanting to play again, but it's not your turn. It's the partner who needs to put it out. And he does. So Team Protect has completed with Krishvi Dishum on the 9th. On the 18th, Rosetta by Ferns, KK Matthews and Prakash Nagesh. With Misha Paruthi and Naresh Shah. Looks like KK Matthews with the putt. having a chat with his caddy. Caddy telling him, just keep it on this line. Keep it simple. Just head on here. Don't think about anything else, I think. You just get it going there and you should be on your mark. So nod from Matthews and he's lined up. Good strike towards the hole and he sinks it in, and yay is what Prakash yells out with his arms in the air. His partner has sunk it in and the caddy and he pumping their fists together that we did it. Nagesh, enjoy. So 10 holes done. Britannia Bourbon birdies now to finish off on the 18th. And missing it from the right. Come on, man, is what he says. And his partner will have to complete the hole. Misha Paruti, Naresh Shah, Britannia Bourbon birdies, done it on the 18th. To the 14th green. ASM Aces, Ishan and Dr. Deepak. Promac Pinhai, Abhishek and Rakesh Mehra. Abhishek from outside the green on the left. The 14th in play. Strikes it towards the hole, running fast and hard and way, way, way beyond. And Rakesh looking at the distance and was not very happy. Dr. Deepak TN. The screen freezes and we move to the 10th. The 10th tee. Sid off the 10th tee for Krishvi Dishum. Team Protec, Jai Shankar Jayaraman and Vineet Chabra. ASM Aces approaching the ninth. Nihal Sabharwal, well placed, landing where he would have liked to land it. So at the current standings, Rosetta by Ferns in the lead with 51 points today. ASM Aces 47, Ramaya Royals 47, SNC Eagles 47, Promac Pinhai 46, Kasu Marble Italia 43, Anugraha Atria Power 41, Green Riders 41, Britannia Bourbon Birdies 40, Kaveri Express 40, Krishvi Dishum 38, Team Protect 37. After 9 holes, which most of the teams have finished, that's where they stand. Prithvi on your screen in the foreground, and at the back from Promac Pinhai, Nitin Sood. On your right, picture in picture, it's the 18th hole. Kasu Marble Italia, Ajay Paul and Ramesh Reddy. Kaveri Express, Ajoy Sharma and Neeta Gilganchi. On the 18th, in the right frame, in the left, Nitin Sood. Promac Pinhai heading uphill, staying short. Put on the 18th. Ajoy Sharma running towards the hole. Will that sink in? No, stops short, leaving Neeta a foot and a half to finish. Sagar Muttappa on the 9th on your left. Okay, it's Neeta in the picture now. So that was Ajay and Ramesh Reddy of Kasu Marble Italia with that long putt from the left, which stopped 1.5 feet short. Now it's Neeta Gilganchi of Kaveri Express with a downhill putt. Prithvi TV missing from the right. Nihal clears up. And for Promac Pinhai, Nathan Sood to do the honors. Neeta left it short, which means Ajoy Sharma will have to put it out. All eyes on the 18th, and you can see the batch walking towards the 10th green in the background. Krishvi Dishum and Team Protec. And Ajay Sharma sinks it. So Kaveri Express continuing with a thumbs up. I think they're still in the lead on the overall standings, but in today's play, it was Rosetta by Ferns in the lead till a while ago. But it's dynamic, it keeps changing. It's an alternate shot format in play. Ajay Paul and Ramesh Reddy. Kasu Marble Italia finished 2. The KGA has been in splendid form during the entire course of this tournament. See the lush green golf course in tip-top condition. Prithvi there on the 10th green, or 10th tee, sorry. Looking to strike off on the 10th tee box. TV Prithvi of the ASM Aces. Standing out in a different colored t-shirt as against the rest of his teammates. Off the tee he goes. It's going to be Sagar Muttappa next. Pro Mac pin high. Didn't get the kind of elevation he wanted. Not looking too happy. Sagar. In the far background, Green Riders, Colonel Bhaskar and Group Captain A.S. Kumaran. Ask in the woods at the 18th fairway to the left. Needing to negotiate. Getting out. In the meantime, Anugrah Atria Power. Along the ground, Rohit Marol, not getting the desired elevation at all, just running along with his partner M.R. Vijay. Back into the woods, Green Riders trying to ride it out of the woods. A clap there, acknowledging a good recovery out of the woods onto the fairway, giving him a chance to attack the green. To the first green with the wonderful clubhouse of the KGA in the background. Prakash Nagesh, Rosetta by Ferns. Using a putter. On the green, but not quite enough. It was a long distance from off the green that the putter was attempted, but had pretty much of flat, well-cut surface, but still leaving much to be desired for his partner KK Matthew to So before Matthews' putt, looks like the Britannia Bourbon Birdies, Misha Paruti and Naresh Shah would be putting. Approach by M.R. Vijay coming up on the 18th. Around 120 yards to the green. Landing short. Just didn't get enough of elevation and distance. Landed short in the rough on the right. Back to the first green. KK Matthews. Uphill and breaking away just past the right. So the first putt from off the green not coming far enough, and their co-playing team asking them to finish off for what should be a very simple putt. Prakash Nagesh sinking it in. Britannia Bourbon Birdies in the screen on the right. On the first green with their putt, Naresh Shah and Misha Paruti. And that's a sink and a fist pump. The meantime, on your left, the 18th green, Rohit Marol, a chip from the rough on the right. As Vijay's approach did not make it to the green, it stayed short and stayed right, which means now Rohit Marol needs to chip towards the blue flag. Seems to have chipped it well, but way past the flag again, heading towards the back end. Which will leave his partner Vijay quite a bit of work to be done. Green Riders Colonel Bhaskar JV is going to putt at the 18th. Just rechecking the line again after discussions with the caddy as he goes ahead to place the ball. To the hole on the 18th, and it's in. He sinks it in, Bhaskar, with a jump in joy. And for a second, it looked like come from that side. Yes, and they have done it. So A.S. Kumaran asked Bhaskar to sink it, and Bhaskar has sunk it in. Vijay now has quite a distance downhill from the back of the green towards the hole. MR Vijay downhill, heading towards the hole, stopping just short of the blue flag. So Badrinath cheering the Krishvi Dishum, wishing them the best. We wish all the teams the best because all of them are in with a chance in round 3. Kaveri Express is a bit comfortable at the top on the overall leaderboard, and even today they are on top at the current scenario after 9 or 10 holes. It's going to be a close finish over the next 2 days, with every team believing that they have a shot at it. Nita Gilganchi on the first fairway, approaching the first green. For the Kaveri Express, the team in the lead. The overall standings over the first 2 rounds and even today. They're at 56 points after these 10 holes, which most of the teams have finished. Casumabel Italia, Rosetta by Ferns, and Team Protect following on with 51. ASM Aces and Promac Pin High with 49. Krishvi Dishum 48, Ramaya Royals and SNC Eagles 47. Anugraha Atria Power 41 and Green Riders 41 as Neeta Gilganchi just passes the flag on the left with her approach and a decent result. Casu Marble Italia playing with them are already on the green. Casu Marble Italia on the first green with the putter in hand. And that's in. Yes, it's in. We done it, is what he's telling his partner. Reddy and Ajay. Ajoy Sharma for the Kaveri Express after his partner chipped it just past the flag. And just misses from the right. The feeling of playing somewhere close to London is the kind of feel you're getting here. Beautiful golf course, beautiful weather, overcast conditions, no sign of the sun, lovely breeze blowing around. The water around us and Neeta has sunk it in as the Kaveri Express on to the second. Perfect conditions at the KGA. Third round, day one, KPL 2021. The third edition. And we're in the third round as Rosetta by Ferns and Britannia Bourbon Birdies make their way to the ninth. Dhirendra and Dr. Ramana, Sunil Masand, Keshav Hingorani. So Rosetta by Ferns again in the woods, behind the trees, behind the bridge over the canal, trying to use that gap to chip through the gap and is successful in going past and getting onto the green. So the ball doing well, but running a bit too fast and hard over the green, just in the rough at the back next to the sponsor board. But negotiated the gap between the trees well and got it to land on the green, but it just ran a bit too much. While the Britannia Bourbon Birdies are on the green. Britannia Bourbon Birdies. Putting on the 9th green. Okay, using a reverse grip. And pushes it towards the hole and past the left of the hole. Still waiting and hoping and wondering, why did I do that much more? Why couldn't it hit? Why couldn't it drop in? As Dhirendra and Dr. Ramana now will have to play from off the green, the rough at the back, towards the left back end of the green now. With a club to chip and run towards the hole, has around 40 feet to travel. Wants to get it absolutely right, so runs it on, but just on. It did not run further. Many teams still have their burner card option, is what I heard, where they could discard their worst card. A few teams have already utilized that in the previous rounds. Heading to the hole, and is that in? Yes, he sinks it. Much to the delight and joy of his partner, whose chip went way short. Just barely made it to the green. He has sunk it and given them new hope. And Hingorani's putt missing from the left. He cannot believe it. Sunil and Keshav missing their putts. It's job done. Move on. Make a fresh start. Eyes on the 18th green. SNC Eagles, Srinivas Murthy from near the floodlight tower in the rough. Hazard looking to lob it out with a chip very close to the water canal. Punches it down, manages to get it up onto the putting surface. So break from the right to left. Was in a tough spot there, a spot of bother, but has brought it up for his partner to have a chance with the putt. Playing with Mudda, the SNC Eagles player. And with them, Shashank and Rajneesh of Ramaya Royals, as their captain watches on from the pavilion deck from behind the net. Once again, a big thank you to our sponsors who have made this KPL possible. Our main sponsor, Callaway, in association with Irrigation Products International Private Limited, Gokuldas Exports Limited, IIFL Private Wealth, Tata Hitachi, YKKAP, SiteCare, Club Mahindra, Pro Cycle, Pernod Ricard, Bacardi, United Breweries Kingfisher, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP, and Atrimed Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. Thanks to the sponsors, SNC Eagles have sunk it out, Ramaya Royals have sunk it out, and they walk from the 18th to the first, and we are looking at MR Vijay's shot towards the first green, and it looks like the ball's in the rough there. The Green Riders and the Anugraha Atria Power from the first green. Green Riders with a very short putt to tap it out there. And he's done it. And a clap from A.S. Kumaran for Bhaskar JV, Colonel JV Bhaskar, who finished out, but Anugraha Atria Power are in the rough. And they need to get on and in. So some work to do. Some more effort required there as the shot went into the rough. And Rohit Marol needs to get it going. Chips it across. May not be enough. MR Vijay and partner not having a very good first hole, or not having a good time rather on the first hole. They've been over and short, and now again it's a long way, long way to the flag. A good putt there by Vijay, bringing it really close for his partner to easily complete the formalities. And he does. Rohit completes it, and they move on. Krish Vidishum approach towards the 18th. Again, short of the green. Team Protect in the bunker on the 18th, looking to get out. Long putt on the left by Sunil Kumar on the 14th green in your left screen. The screen on your right, Krishvi Dishum on the 18th green. And he has sunk it in on the 14th, the Anugraha Atria player. High fives all around. A good sink for him there. And the joy is evident. Krishvi Dishum chipping from short of the green uphill towards the flag. And it's not enough. The partner wanting more. Coming really close there, the putt from such a long, far distance, and leaving his partner with very little to do. Kaveri Express on the 9th. On your left, picture in picture, and on the right, it's the 18th, Krishvi Dishum, Team Protec. And they have finished it. And they move on. And he has sunk it too, the Pro Mac Prin High, so the 18th green also clears. I think there's a group approaching the first green. Stay tuned for live action from the KGA at the KPL 2021. Srini Murthy, past captain of the BGC, playing for the SNC Eagles, making his walk towards the first green with his partner, Mr. Mudda, and playing with the Ramaya Royals. Shashank and Rajneesh. Coming in really close on the first green there. And now the player from Ramaya Royals with a chip towards the hole, landing just short of the green, but would have liked it to go a bit further. A landing a little ahead would have made it run faster towards the hole, but got held in the so this would mean that he needs to putt again, or Ramaya Royals needs to putt again, because the SNC Eagles have pretty much tapped in. And for the first time today, the sun making its way out from behind the clouds. The cloud cover has totally moved away. So the English weather making way for the Indian weather now. As the 10th tee camera coming up for your viewership. We go back to the first green. Yeah. Ramaya Royals looking to putt out after the chip didn't go where they wanted it and missing from the right, just carrying on. So, little bit of work around the first green for the Royals. Sunk it in. And I think SNC Eagles will just tap it in. Kedarnath Mudda. It's a wrap on the first for them. As we move broadcast back to some more live action here at the KPL. Dr. Deepak chipping onto the 18th for the ASM Aces. And the ball making its way just past the flag. A good chip. Just missing the hole. And Promac pin high. Rakesh Mehra watching on as the ball nearly fell in. Ishan and Dr. Deepak with Abhishek and Rakesh Mehra. So Abhishek from the rough in on the right, looking to chip onto the 18th green. A good chip, a good landing, and moves past the right of the flag. So most of the teams are completing 13 to 14 holes, which means all of them have around 4 holes to go. They should be done by 11:30, 11:45, and that should be in good time for the second batch to have its shotgun at 12 noon. In the meantime, the Kaveri Express racing on even today with 69 points current standing, followed by ASM Aces 65, Ramaya Royal 63, Rosetta by Fern 62, Green Riders 61, Promac Pinhai 60, SNC Eagles and Team Protect 58, Anugraha Atria Power 58, Kasumabel Italia 56, Britannia Bourbon Birdies 52. On your screen, Rakesh Mehra, Promac Pinhai with the putter and sinks it in. So completes his putt, Rakesh, for the Promac Pinhai. Ishan for the ASM Aces now to finish off after Dr. Deepak's chip just past the hole from the right. And he misses just at the right edge, which means Dr. Deepak will have to clean up. And he does, and they make a move on. Batch coming onto the first green, Krishvi Dishum and Team Protec. As the batch from the 18th walking towards the first. TM John just practicing his chip outside the first green. He's on the front edge on the right side, looking to chip towards the pin. A good chip, soft onto the green and running past the flag. Leaving his partner around 5.5, 6 feet to putt. Meanwhile, Team Protec. Rajgopal Kaushik of Team Protec with the putter uphill, a bit to the left and stopping just short. A swing of the club, which means Singh will tap it out. Gurdeep Singh Virdi taps it for Team Protec. Montina for Krishvi Dishum. Needs to get this to card in a good score on the first hole. Partner TM John gave him a good chip which just went past the flag and has left him with maybe just 3 to 4 feet. Flattish surface, left inside. When he misses, he cannot believe it. He hit it a bit too firm. Can't believe that he overput that and has left his partner again with some work now. Major General TM John has some work to do. And he sunk it. So relief there for Krishvi Dishum as Major General TM John sinks it. To the 18th, Uday Jamnadas with the putter for Britannia Bourbon Birdies with Udit Chanchani watching. Uphill longish towards the flag, but leaving it short again. Playing with Rosetta by Ferns, Rohan Haryani and Shiv Nevada. Shiv Nevada has a putt from the right of the green. It's downhill. Must be coming in from the right there. So after this group will have just 3 more holes to play, which means they're on the 15th for them. It's the 18th. That's a good putt and stops just short. A punch of the fist by the caddy. Couldn't you do that? 3 more rolls and Rohan will have to come and just complete the cleanup to card in their score. He taps it in and the 18th done. Poker faced, showing no expression, but a gentle nod. Not happy. Not happy with that whole outcome. They were at around 23 or 24 points before. I don't know where they stand now. As Udit Chanchani for the Britannia Bourbon Birdies. Sinks it in. And Uday Jamnadas is happy with that punch of the fist. Let's putter up in the air. Acknowledging the applause from the crowd and the spectators. As the team walks across from the 18th to the 1st. So most of the teams have finished 15 holes. They're down to the last 3. And you can see Dr. Deepak with his approach on the 1st for the ASM Aces. With Ishan for company. And that's a chip, or rather a long pitch from the right. Let's see where the ball has landed. So, two screens in your frame. The one on the right, the one on the right is your first green. The one on the left is the 14th green. So you can see Pro Mac Pin High and ASM Aces on your right. Krishvi, Dishum and Team Protec on your left. So Raju, Siddharth Raju and Ashok Puvana for Krishvi Dishum, and Jay Shankar, Jayaraman and Vineet Chabra for Team Protec on your left. And for the Pro Mac Pin High, Rakesh Mehra and Abhishek Thomas. Abhishek Thomas with the putt on your right. Ishan Patodia and Dr. Deepak Tien playing alongside them. Sid's putt going past the left beyond the flag, and Ashok will have to clear up. Ishan now, as Rosetta by Ferns have teed off with Britannia Bourbon birdies. Ishan with putter in hand. In the meantime, Team Protec on the other screen. And it just misses, which means Dr. Deepak has to come back. So they moved the marker as it was coming in the way of the line, and Dr. Deepak will tap it out. Oh, Team Protec cannot believe it. Kissed the left edge and missed what looked like a pretty simple one. We've seen that happen on the 14th today a couple of times. Something which looked very, very simple and a sitter was missed just by kissing the edge. Meanwhile, the partners, Rakesh on the right and Vineet on the left, or Jay Shankar on the left, wrap up. Approach to the first, while Ashok on the 14th finishes for Krishvi Dishum. Looks like Udit Chanchani approaching the first green for the Britannia Bourbon Birdies, and he strikes it from just above the bunker, heading towards the green. And Ashok is taking his time after seeing narrow misses there, sinks it comfortably. So move to the first approach. A look at the first green, the team Rosetta by Ferns and Britannia Bourbon Birdies approaching the first. And the approach on the 15th, the next batch of Pro Mac Pin High and ASM Aces. You can see Prithvi TV. Kaveri Express in the meantime, tapping out. At the 18th green, Adit Mozaria for the Casu Marble Italia, sorry, tapping out at the 18th. So morning round in its finishing stages, just a couple of holes to go. In around 30 minutes from now, there'll be briefing for the afternoon batch, which will all shotgun off at 12 noon. Round 3, day 1, KPL 2021. The 14th, you can have a glimpse of Prithvi and Nihal of ASM Aces, Nitin and Sagar of Promac Pinhai. Back to the 14th. Nitin Sood, Sagar Muthappa, Promac Pinhai. Nitin leaving it to the left of the hole for Sagar to complete. Nihal playing from the bunker on the left where Prithvi's shot, approach shot landed up. Looks well out. Let's see where the ball finishes up. Beautifully played out of the bunker there, leaving themselves with a relatively easy putt to complete the 14th. So 16 holes almost done by all the batches. 2 more holes to go. The sun has also gone back behind the clouds. The teams for the afternoon gathering here at the pavilion deck at the KGA, preparing for the briefing for the afternoon round of KPL 2021. And Sagar sinks it in with the hands up to the skies for a successful putt. Does it with ease, Mr. Muthappa. And can Prithvi follow? His partner gave him a very good lie from the bunker. Got it out well, leaving him with what should be an easy left in. But that's the same point from where people have either just kissed the edge or missed the edge. Can Prithvi sink it in? He went to the right and got no result. While Nihal Sabarwal completes. Waiting for approaches to the final two holes. Those who finish on the first green, the ninth green, the 18th green, and the 14th green would come within our purview of camera range. Just two holes to go for a wrap in the morning session. Let's see who's on top in the scores. At this point, what has been updated? ASM Aces 75, Pro Mac Pin High 72, Kaveri Express 69, Rosetta by Fern 67, Anugraha Atria Power 65, Green Rider 65, Team Protect 64, Ramaya Royal 63, Krishvi Dishum 61, Britannia Bourbon Birdies 59, SNC Eagles 59, and Kasu Marble Italia 56. That's how they stand with the latest updates. Ninth green approach, SNC Eagles and Ramaya Royals. Ramaya Royals in the rough, close to the water. SNC Seagulls approaching from the right. He punches it high in the air. And has come close to the green, but not on. This approach from SNC Eagles. Going to the left and maybe in the water. Not a very happy sight. I think he took the tree along the way. Deviated to the left and headed towards the water. Is it on the slope or in the water is to be seen. Raju Gowda and VN Gowda and Umesh and Ganpati. So I think this is the first batch on the last hole. So they should be done with 18 very soon. Sorry, this is the ninth. It's not Raju Gowda and VN Gowda. Looks like it's Jasmeet. Jasmeet Singh and Sudhir with Dhara Chinnappa and Abhay Kumar. That's the batch on the ninth now. Sudhir chipping from the rough near the water onto the green. Ramaya Royals chipping towards the hole. Bit heavy, but managed to get it up on the green and rolling nicely towards the hole. And his partner should have a couple of feet to putt in. Jasmeet now with a longish putt from the front of the green, up the hill and down. We've seen Srinimurthy sink the putt from there. And I'm sure Jasmeet would be hoping to do the same. So 25 feet, of which at least 17 of 16 to 17 feet is uphill, and then around 7 feet downhill towards the hole. So need to get it up and down. Strikes it. It's headed towards the hole and just passed. Pretty much equidistant, the Ramaya Royals ball and the SNC Eagles ball. Ramaya Royals, Dhara, Chin finishing, and a pump by his partner Abhay. Sudhir now with Jasmeet. So Jasmeet has left him with a couple of feet to negotiate and sink in. He should be doing it any minute now. He's just making sure he gets it right. And he misses from the left. I think he pushed it. The, the putter seemed to turn in his hand a bit and he pushed it towards the left. And Jasmeet clears up behind. So that putt just went away towards the left after all the study by Sudhir. So approaches on the fairways, getting ready towards the greens, and keep watching live as we come to the close of morning round of day 3, round 3, day 1. Keep watching. Last couple of holes in play. The morning round of round 3, day 1. The shotgun for this afternoon batch is just 45 minutes away. On the 9th green, the approach by the ASM, by the Crispy Dishoom seems to be on the green, while Team Protec has to play from the rough behind, I presume, as they walk up to the 9th green. Eyes on the 10th tee. Jasmeet Singh on the tee. SNC Eagles. Seems to have pulled it a bit left, going by the expression. Amal Raj and Ayyappa of Krishvi Dishum, Team Protec, Bala Subramanian, Puneet Jalan on the 10th. In the meantime, Dhara Chinnappa of Ramaya Royals on the 10th. Tees off of the freeze. Back to the 9th. Bala Subramaniam and Puneet for Team Protec. The chip getting on the green, but not far enough. Leaving his partner with a very long putt. Team Protec to putt first, because they're much further away from the hole. Strikes it on the line, heading towards the hole and stopping just off the right edge. It's a good result after the chip was just halfway to the green. Ayappa now for Krishvi Dishum. Absolutely didn't strike the ball. Can't believe it. Hands on his hips. What did I do wrong? Is he what he's thinking? He just did not even strike the ball, which means Amal Raj has a bit more to do. The sun is out again. So fluctuating between English weather and Indian weather here. The afternoon batch will be praying that the sun stays away. There is a good cloud cover, so there's a good chance of the sun vanishing and disappearing again, because nobody wants to get burnt up while playing round 3, day 1. And he has sunk it in, Amal Raj, much to the relief of Krishvi Dishum. After that first putt went way too short. And now Team Protec will just tap out. And they do. Eyes now on towards the 18th. Anugraha Atria Power and the Green Riders walking towards the 18th. So on the 18th, Green Riders Sunil Kumar and Mallikarjun Vantagudi with Anugraha Atria Power Monappa and Thomas Matthew. Some animated discussions there from the Anugraha Atria Power. Sunil now next up with the putting, trying to get some clarity out of what that discussion is about. We're all geared up here for the briefing of the afternoon round. Sunil Kumar now with his putt from the left of the green, the left of the flag, around 20 feet away, marginally downhill, taps it towards the hole and it breaks away to the right. It was headed on the right line but ran out of steam as it got closer, which means Mallikarjun will need to finish. So they walk towards the first, which will be the last hole to complete their 18th. On the 9th, we have Siddharth and Dhruv of Promac Pin High and Anand Joseph and Ramesh of some Aces on the 9th. Of course, right now we just finished Mallikarjun's putt on the 18th. And we're getting ready for the briefing here at the pavilion deck at the KGA. So now approaching up now the 18th, Ramaya Royals and SNC Eagles on your screen. This should be Umesh and Ganpati and Raju Gowda and VN Gowda. While they make their way to the green, Anand Joseph putting on the 9th green. And comes close and stops, leaving his partner a little bit of work. Doesn't look too difficult, but you never know. It's the penultimate hole and what's the thought going through the mind of the players depending on how they're placed. It's going to be Dhruv Johari now for the Promac Pin High. The sun has again gone beyond the clouds. So Dhruv was just helping his partner with the line. Siddharth Mankani is the one who will be putting, and he misses just a couple of inches to the right. Dhruv Johri completes the formalities, and it'll be the ASM Aces Ramesh Radhakrishnan who will putt to finish for the ASM Aces on what will be their 17th hole, but it's the 9th green. So they will then move on to play the last hole. So most teams on their last, and we should be in time. And he misses the right edge. He was pretty confident of sinking that, Ramesh, but just missed from the right edge. So as I said, penultimate hole, 17 holes of play, the performance on your mind, the physical and mental fatigue, and sometimes these sitters count. But the team ASM Aces hasn't done badly as a whole. They're pretty much in the lead, and the last update, the app and scores are still to be updated. We have many of them still showing 12th hole and 14th hole, whereas a majority have finished 17 holes. So they should be down to the 18th. 20 minutes and we should be done with the morning round, and can smell rain in the air. But hopefully it'll just be a light passing drizzle, if at all it does come down. Ramaya Royal sinking it in on the 18th. The Eagles missing it from the left. Much to the heartache of the Gowdas. And I think the SNC Eagles, both the Gowdas, Raju and Colonel V.N. Gowda, and Umesh and Ganpati of Ramaya Royals have finished their 18. So the team that started off in the first has finished their 18 and are back. So quite a few teams have finished their 18 and they make their walk back to the clubhouse, the pavilion deck, where shortly we will have the briefing for the afternoon round of players. The teams are already lining up for their photographs close to the greens. And let's see how the afternoon session pans out. Decent round by those who played in the morning. It's alternate shot. So one good thing is it finishes faster. So stay tuned. We will continue the live broadcast for the afternoon round of day 3, round 1. We've just finished the morning round. We have 72 more players who are going to go across at the afternoon round. So keep watching the KPL 2021 live from KGA.
ಅದನ್ನ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಆಮೇಲೆ
Most of these questions have been with respect to what the caddy can do and cannot do. Okay, so there seems to be some confusion. So just even though this is
the PowerPoint.
so in other words, when you are playing any other format, the rules about what caddy can do and caddy cannot do still apply. For example, caddy cannot drop the ball on your behalf. Okay. He cannot.
Outside ball is allowed. No, 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 he doesn't know much. I know.
Okay, do you want me to let him the bench and say?
No, no, I'm good.
Sheet could power rules.
Yes, sir.
No, that, yeah, there's PT, it's here.
That's okay. No, no, this I know. What he did in the morning.
Can everybody come down to the lower deck, please? Just a briefing. Can everybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay. Now, I think your tee-off time is 12 shotgun, so I'll be very brief. This is, like all of you all know, is alternate ball format, whereby one player tees off and the next player, the next teammate plays the next shot, and so on and so forth till you all hole out. Now, each team has to nominate who plays which holes. So if one player plays hole number 1, then the next player has to play hole number 2, and so on and so forth. So one player will play all the even holes, and the other player will play all the odd holes. Tee off, yeah, tee off. Then the other thing is, regardless of how you all finish, that is, suppose player A holds out, right? That hole comes to an end. So the next tee will go according to plan. That is, player A or B will have to tee off, right? Now, one important rule, and this is very, very important, is suppose player A is teeing off from the white markers, and player B is teeing off from the red markers, right? This is very important. Please listen to this. And player A teeing off from the white marker goes OB, right? Player B, who is supposed to tee off from the red marker, she's a lady, assuming she's a lady, she hits the third shot from the white marker, not from the red, and vice versa, right? So if a lady tees off from the red and she goes OB, then the man will have to tee off from the red also. Keep that in mind. That's very, very important, right? Now, if player goes into the hits a ball and goes into the water, obviously it's a one-stroke penalty. So the next shot will be hit by player B, regardless of the penalty. Okay. So regardless of anything, it will be an alternate ball. Any questions so far? Okay, now coming to the caddies and the drops, it's a regular stroke play format, whereby a caddy cannot by any means take a drop for you. That will be have to done by the player. Now on the green, if the caddy marks the ball, right, then that caddy can replace the ball. But if the player marks the ball, then either of the players can replace the ball, but not the caddy. Right? So far, so okay? So that's pretty much, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yes. 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 Now suppose a team takes a ball, right? They have to hole out with the same ball. However, a different ball can be used for the next hole, right? There's no preferred lies, no lift, clean and place, right? You have to play as it lies. Then one more, yeah, go ahead.
Picks up the ball on the green.
Yes.
So either caddy or player can replace the ball.
That's right, yes. Yes. Then anything else? Any other questions? What's that? don't have my glasses. Oh, just can read it out.
Guys done.
Are there any other? Oh yeah. Now suppose this is another important rule. Very very important. Please keep this in mind. Suppose a player plays out of turn. That means hits the wrong. I mean, a player A tees off, and player A hits the second shot too. Right? It's a two-stroke penalty. However, keep this in mind. We are playing a stroke play event. That mistake has to be rectified before you go on to the next hole. Okay, that's very, very important. If the mistake is not rectified, that team is disqualified. You have to, whatever it is, you have to, it's a stroke play event. So you have to rectify the mistake before proceeding. Okay? So any other? They can put a scratch for that hole, but they have to rectify the mistake. Okay? Yeah, follow the same order. You follow? Anybody has a question on this? They have to follow the same order right through the round. So that means you have to rectify your mistake, even if you scratch that hole. Yeah, pretty much. Okay? Yeah. So, any other questions? Yeah. Okay. Can you read it out? I don't have my glasses.
Okay, so it says, while each caddy can help the entire team here,
Right.
it says that, but such partner's caddy must not give help that is prohibited for the other partner's caddy under the rules. Is that like dropping the ball and all that?
A caddy can, by no means, drop the ball anywhere.
That is what it is.
Yeah. Only the player can drop the ball. Caddy cannot drop the ball. Okay? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry? Tip. I think have your vodka. That's a good tip. You can buy me one too. Okay, guys. Yeah.
Just explain to Rajiv.
Yeah.
This rectification you were talking about
Yes.
has to be done. Say, second stroke,
Yeah.
I hit out of the third, he has to hit, I hit by mistake.
Yes.
I have to rectify at the third itself.
You incurred a penalty of 2 strokes. You have to rectify third itself. Before you go to the next hole. Before you go to the next hole, you have to rectify the mistake.
At the third stroke,
Sorry?
at the third stroke,
Third stroke. Come back. Come back.
My caddy marks the ball on the green.
Yeah.
The other caddy can place it.
If your caddy marks the ball on the green, the same caddy has to. So I have a list of. Yeah, yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So on the 12th hole there's a left
Yeah.
OB, right?
Sorry?
12th hole there's a left OB.
12th hole, there's a left OB, yes?
Yes. The net is also considered OB or not?
Is
The
the,
ball is on the net.
yes.
Is it considered OB or not?
Net is outside, it's OB.
It's OB.
It's OB, yeah. Net is, it's all nets in KGA are all OBs.
All OBs,
Yes.
Okay, so you're the referee?
Yeah.
Okay, so on the 12th hole, Adil Muzaria and the other person,
Yeah.
they were on the OB net.
Yeah.
So I said it was OB.
Yeah.
He said no, it's a free drop, and he took a free drop. So I said I'll clarify after the game if you say so.
Okay. I'll just check up on that again.
Thank you.
12th hole, right? 12th hole, where's the nets over there?
Left. Oh, the tree line is there?
Yes.
Net completely all the way.
On the 12th.
Left. That
Okay.
is OB. That
Yeah, the mount, yeah.
this side of the mount.
The outside of the
On the
mount.
net.
Okay, I'll just check about that. I've not been over there, so I really don't know. Okay? Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
ಹಾಗೆ ಹೋಯ್ತಲ್ಲ.
So, welcome call.
confusion on that. Okay. So just remember that even though this is alternate shot format, the rules of golf still apply. So in other words, when you are playing any other format, the rules about what caddy can do and caddy cannot do still apply. For example, caddy cannot drop the ball on your behalf. Okay. He cannot help you take, help you with alignment by standing behind you while you are taking your stance. Those rules still apply. So the explanation in the document saying that there are restrictions are referring to these kind of restrictions which anyway apply in golf as to what caddy cannot do. Okay. However, because the two players play as a side and you can have two caddies, there is no distinction between one caddy and the other. Like any caddy can turn the line, any caddy can mark the ball on the green, replace it, etc. Okay. So just remember that. Okay. So I hope that clarifies some of the questions that came as to what the caddy can do and caddy cannot do. Okay. So being alternate shot format, the two partners have to play alternate shots. And what this means is that on each tee box you have a different person teeing off. That means one person tees off on 9 holes and the other one on the remaining 9 holes. I'm sure you all strategize as to who is going to tee off on which hole. The reason I mentioned that is sometimes there is a question as to if somebody putted out on the previous hole, should it be the next player who tees off? The answer is no. That means tee off is independent of who finished the previous hole. Okay. And between the two partners, they can each do what you want. For example, if you have to drop a ball and it is your turn to play, your partner can also drop the ball. Okay. I already talked about caddies, so let me clarify one more thing. Okay. As I said, on the green, as you normally do, caddy can mark the ball, clean it, and if he was the one who picked up the ball, he can also replace it, or any of the other two partners can replace it. Whereas if he did not mark it, then the caddy cannot replace the ball on the green.
Last match, I guess, on the 9th. Rosetta by Ferns and Britannia Bourbon Birdies. See Prakash Nagesh and KK Matthews. Misha Paruti and Naresh Shah on the putting green. Britannia Bourbon Birdies putting. Uphill from around 30 feet. It's headed towards the mound, breaking away from the hole and moves off the left quite a distance to the back of the flag. It's going to be now KK Matthews. KK Matthews and Prakash Nagesh have had a great round so far. Just waiting for the score updates. Many of the scores still not updated, showing 14 holes, whereas most of them have finished 18. This is the last batch on the 9th. The briefing for the next batch is over, and in another couple of minutes, KK Matthews also missing from the left, leaving Prakash Nagesh a very long putt from behind the flag. So both the partners having to do some extra work to get the ball in. Britannia Bourbon Birdies. Paresha Misha Paruti. Naresha Misha Paruti. And moves away to the left, much to the sadness of the Britannia Bourbon Birdies. I think they have picked up because I think it was more or less scratched. Prakash Nagesh now to wrap up what has been a pretty good round for these two, Matthews and Prakash Nagesh, Rosetta Ferns. I don't know where they should be finishing around 34, 36 points, at least considering where they were placed. No misses from the left again, so the putt is really letting the teams down on the last hole. Matthews sinks it. And Britannia Bourbon Birdies, who just shifted the marker because it was in the line. So we should be hearing the siren in a couple of minutes, which will mark the commencement of the afternoon round on day 1 of round 3 here from the KGA. So they were placed well, Prakash and Matthew. Where did they finish is the question amongst the Rosetta by Ferns. They were scoring pretty well till the 15th or 16th. And they are done. Looks like all batches done, morning round and shotgun start of the afternoon round should be happening any moment now. So on the first tee, you're watching the first 4 ball that's going to tee off at the shotgun for Golden Eagles, Ranjan Biswas and Sandeep Kumar Maini, and FNB Frontiers, N. Prakash and Mayur Nath KS. That's the alternate shot teams there on the first tee right now. So we have Golden Eagles, FNB Frontiers, RBD Tigers, Goel Haryana Punters, INB Swingers, Basant Batons, Epson, G. Kirloskar, Fansart Eagles, Team Obaku, Team August John, and Anand Royalty. These would be the teams in fray. So as you can see, 12th hole. So we're watching the afternoon batch live at the KPL 2021 from the KGA, and that's the team approaching the 18th green. Team August John, Rahul Bhalla and Sunil Bhatija, Sunny, and Anand Royalty, Jay Gill and Naresh Arora. Around the 18th. So Anand Royalty seems to be on the left. Is it in the bunker or close to the bunker is to be seen. Looks like he's looking to get into the bunker. The first green. Golden Eagles, Ranjan and Sandeep Maini. And he sinks it in. That would be a very pleasing start. They don't need to putt any further. They sunk it in with that first putt. And now FNB Frontiers, N. Prakash and Mayur Nath KS. And he sinks it in too. So Mayur Nath also gives Prakash the joy. The same joy that Ranjan gave Sandeep. And they're off. So alternate ball would be pretty fast. As we go back to the 18th, Anand Royalty from the bunker. Is that Jay Gill? Comes out well. Past the flag on the right. So well out from the bunker. Sunil Bhatija and Rahul Bhalla for Team August Johns. Sunil Bhatija, Team August Johns on the 18th green with a putt from the left across to the hole. And he sinks it in. Rahul and Sunil celebrate. So a good start to the afternoon batch. All those on the greens are single putting literally. We saw single putts on the first. Both the teams, we saw single putt here on the 18th. So great start to round 3, day 1 afternoon session. And the sun is out, shining bright as the golf out there in the center. And this one just going to the left from Naresh Arora, and Jay Gill will have to tap it in. So Jay Gill can't believe he misses. And I think they've scratched that hole. Moving to the 9th, where they have INB swingers Alok Kumar and Madhavi Reddy, and Basant Betan's Jagdish Divi and Sridev Bhairappa. So Alok Kumar with a longish putt, coming within striking distance of the hole, giving Madhavi Reddy a chance to hole it out. In the meantime, it is Jagdish with his chip from the left of the green. Doesn't travel much the ball. The chip leaving Sridev Bhairappa with half the green to negotiate in his putt. So action underway on all holes after the shotgun start a bit after 12 noon, and heading towards a good round 3, day 1, while some of the teams still make their way back from the far off holes where they would have completed their morning round. Sridev now with a putt, 14 to 15 feet. Heading towards the hole and stopping just on the right of the edge. So a good putt there by Sridev. I think Jagdish will just finish it. No, he's actually choosing to mark it. So taking no chances on the first hole, the players. Madhavi Reddy now. INB swingers. The team is led by a lady captain, Dhanlakshmi Rice. And the putt hits the edge and moves away to the right. Which will bring her partner Alok back in play. This time he sinks it, Alok. And Jagdish will do the same. It's pretty much a tap in. So ninth hole, the first hole for that batch. Basant Batons and INB swingers done. Let's try and get you action from the 18th green now, where Fanzart Eagles and Team Obaku are in play. Rajat Chanchani and GS Ravi of Team Obaku. Prahlad Rao and Rajesh Joshi of Fanzart Eagles. Chanchani with a chip from the left. Heading down towards the flag, just moves away. Prahlad Rao and Rajesh Joshi of Fanzard Eagles putting. And just missing and stopping at the right edge. Should be an easy finish for his partner. And he's done that. So on the 9th, you saw some celebrations. RBD Tigers, CS Subramaniam and Gaurav Dev Burman, and Goel Haryana punters Rajiv Sarda and Sandeep Wadwa. That was the batch on the 9th. So seeing some corrective action there on the 9th fairway as we approach the 9th green. FNB Frontiers, G. Ravishankar and Uday Masturlal. Well, the sun is shining hard now. Bright and sunny afternoon here at the KGA when we are at the round 3, day 1 proceedings in the afternoon. FNB Frontiers and Golden Eagles. You can see Atul Khanna and Rajesh Masand with Ravi Shankar and Uday Masturlal as Ravi Shankar is queuing up with his practice swing to approach the 9th. Placed in the center of the fairway, but they were in the rough or behind the woods in the left. They chipped out and seems to have got a good, pretty straight as an arrow shot. Lands but doesn't kick onto the green. Lands just to the right on the rough patch but did not kick. He was hoping for a kick to the left towards the hole. It did not happen. And he needs to play, his partner needs to play from outside the green rough. Meanwhile, the Golden Eagles are in the rough on the right, behind the bunker. In fact, he seems to be in the bunker. So from the bunker, comes out well, but a bit too heavy and goes into the rough close to the sponsor board. Uday Masturlal now chipping from the rough towards the flag. Well controlled chip. Got on a decent line and has given Ravi Shankar a pretty simple putt to finish. So Golden Eagles putting and missing from the right. That's not a very happy feeling when your putt just misses by a whisker on the right. Atul and Rajesh think there were one too many. They picked up, and it is Ravi Shankar who's going to complete the proceedings on the 9th here for FNB Frontiers. Playing with Uday Masturlal, and he misses from the right again. Cannot believe it, and he is going to play it again, but I think they too have scratched because they just pick up the ball. The far off distance, you can see the approach towards the 9th green. It is Team August Johns, Mohan Jayam and Pramod Kurian, Anand Royalty, Sumant BH and Joseph Matthias. So the Anand Royalty players are further in the woods on the right now. After that approach went a bit too right into the woods. And now again corrective measures to try and get it back outside. Chipping it straight to the tree. Was confident of playing it through the gap. Not successful. Now his partner will have to attempt again. Sumant and Joseph for Anand Royalty. This time manages to chip out, just escapes the bunker, but is still in the rough, short of the green on the right. And Mohan Jairam and Pramod Kurian for Team August Johns. Some live visuals from the 18th, where INB swingers Raman Mangalorkar and Ayyappa Vemukumar are playing with Venkatesh Prabhu and Uday Kumar of the Basant Beatons. So those pairs coming onto the green. Anand Royalty now chipping after getting stuck in the woods for a couple of shots. It's out of the bunker. The player from Anand Royalty putting uphill on the 9th. Looking good, the putt, and he may sink it in, and he has. And the expression of joy in that jump. Should be Sumant BH, going by the looks of it. They had a slight struggle in the woods. The second shot from the fairway went way right into the woods. Then one chip went straight into the tree. The next chip came out into the bunker. And then they were out of the bunker, and such a long putt sunk in totally there, bringing joy to the team. Mohan Jairam now with his putt. And he just misses off the left of the hole. His partner just sinking it in, Pramod Kurian, as they move away to the 10th. So putt on the first green from outside the green. Good result there for that longish putt from outside the green. INB Swingers and Basant Betons. Raman Mangalorkar of INB Swingers lining up and placing his ball for a putt. Playing with Venkatesh Prabhu and Uday Kumar of Basant Betons. And Ayyappa of his own INB Swingers team. Heading towards, but to the right of the hole a bit. This format moves pretty fast because effectively it's two people playing since it's an alternate shot format. Basant Betons after that longish putt from outside the green. This should be a pretty simple putt to finish the hole. It sinks in and I look up to the sky thanking the stars for getting it in. So we have views from the first tee, 10th tee, 9th green, 18th green, first green and the 14th green. So around 6 cameras. We are attempting to get even close to the 4th green or the 4th tee rather and the 12th tee. Though they are out of range, we're trying to do an additional setup there. And maybe by the time we have the finals, we'll have more views from many more holes on the golf course. 18th green approach. See the RBD Tigers and the Goyal Haryana Punters. Gurdeep Singh, Anand Iyer from the RBD Tigers, and for the Goyal Haryana Punters, Devaya and Nitin Raj. Walking over the bridge towards the 18th green. And the batch approaching the 9th green. Should be Fanzart Eagles and Team Obaku. But there on your screen, Goyal Haryana Punters at the 18th. Team Obaku in the woods on the right. Looks like Cyrus. Cyrus Unwala playing with Muthu Uday Kumar Raju at the 9th in the woods on the left, discussing with his caddy whether there is a line out towards the hole or should he just chip to the fairway. Clarifying your doubt with Arun Bajaj and Madhur Sood as well. The players from Fanzart Eagles playing alongside with them. You can see both the 18th and the 9th. The RBD Tigers player in the bunker on the 18th. So now, after Timo Waku chips out from the woods, it is Madhur Sood of Fanzart Eagles who's going to play the approach to the green on the 9th as we zoom in towards Madhur. But on the 18th, Goyal Haryana punters with the putt. A good approach there, coming to the center of the green from Madhur Sood, getting a high five from his playing partner Arun Bajaj. This is going along the flattish surface, stopping way short of the flag. The Goyal Haryana punters putt. Timo Baku now with the approach. Looks too much and came right at us at the commentary box. Thanks to the net that saved us. The ball was headed towards the commentary box. Pitched, hit the net and is now on the buggy path in front of the commentary box where the ball lies. Muthu Uday Kumar Raju totally over clubbing that, and you can see where the ball lies. On your right on the 18th. Calling for a course marshal for clarification. Cyrus Unwala wanting to clarify a ruling regarding where the ball is lying, and he calls Arun Bajaj himself, the member of the managing committee, for a ruling. Question is, does he get a drop or should he play the ball as it lies? I think that's the doubt in his mind. The sponsor board would be coming in the way, so I guess that will be removed because that is a man-made obstruction for this tournament to thank our sponsors, and that's the YKKAP board, our associate sponsor, as he's going to putt it from there. With the putter, trying to get through the heavy rough, nearly 25-30 feet. Needed to whack it harder. Unsuccessful in getting it onto the putting surface on the green. It stops 3/4 way towards the green but stays short. There seems to be some rain in the air. We take this opportunity to thank the sponsors of the KPL 2021. Callaway, our main sponsor, in association with Irrigation Products International Private Limited, Gokuldas Exports Limited, IIFL Private Wealth, Tata Hitachi, YKKAP, Sitecare, Club Mahindra, Pro Cycle, Pernod Ricard, Bacardi, United Breweries Kingfisher, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP, and Etrimed Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. So a chip by Muthu Uday Kumar. And now eyes shift to Arun Bajaj, who will put. So Arun Bajaj now on the 9th green. Would be looking to get that 25-30 foot putt as close to the hole as possible, if not in. To negotiate this up and down, he went for it. He went literally attacked the flag post with the hope that it would hit and drop in. Unsuccessful and has gone a bit off the green into the first cut, which leaves Madhur Sood some work to do. Cyrus, in the meantime, pushes it, doesn't get it in, and says, pick it up. Scratch. If you aren't going to get points on that hole after your net score, you may as well pick it up and save time, because no points is going to be no use anyways. So save the energy and the time. The RBD team walking across to the first hole with a snack in hand. And Madhur has again overshot the hole, which means Arun Bajaj has work to do again. Definitely the sky is darkening up here. There are signs of rain in the back. But if the rain stay away for another 2 hours, that would be really good for the players on the course. Arun Bajaj with his putt. And this time, it takes the right edge and comes out. I mean, it's playing cat and mouse, the ball with the hole. Unbelievably, just taking edges and lips and cups and missing. The batch behind had been waiting for quite a while. And they would now be approaching the 9th. And it's the Epson team that seems to be in the background. Brigadier Clement Samuel and Dilip Kumar A, with G. Kirloskar, Somprab Singh and Asha Prakash. So they are approaching the 9th, Epson and G. Kirloskar. A view of the 18th green. FNB Frontier, Sudarshan Mane and Meena Prakash, with Golden Eagles, Anil Sama and Sham Pawar in the background. So in the dual screen, the Goel Haryana punters on your left, teeing off from the first tee box. And a heavy drive down the fairway. As you know, it's alternate ball, so one player will tee off the odd number tee boxes. The other partner will tee off the even number tee boxes. And they alternate from there till the hole is completed. Good chip there from the rough. The RBD Tigers player also tees off. So we have a drop being taken in the 9th green. The ball may have gone into the water. This Somprab Singh. So Asha Prakash hitting the water in her approach. And Somprab Singh needing to take a drop, as it seems. Brigadier Clement Samuel and Dilip Kumar for the Epson have just come over the green and will have to chip or putt back towards the hole, as Somprab Singh totally connects directly with that chip, hitting the bottom of his club and racing away to the other side of the green, leaving them a much greater chip, or a longer chip, sorry. So Epson players will just watch on till they go again and come back towards the green. Some action on the 18th, where FNB Frontiers, Sudarshan and Meena are playing with Anil Sama and Sham Pawar of the Golden Eagles. Well, the sun is back out for just a couple of minutes before the dark black cloud cover takes over again. But shining bright and hard, and giving us a good view. So Asha Prakash now to chip again from the buggy path or the edge of the buggy path. Good chip, beautifully chipped and negotiated, getting an applause from the audience as the ball comes back in play. On the green, but the partner saying that it may be too many. A putt by the Epsom players, running towards the hole, a very good putt, passing the flag. A little bit of more work. On the 18th, the Golden Eagles, short of the green on the right, need to chip up onto the green towards the flag, which is more towards the back end of the green, towards the right. So we'll be hoping for a good lob. Lands perfectly on the right and kicks left towards the hole, which is exactly what he intended. And his partner ready to mark the ball. Epsom in the meanwhile looking to complete the 9th hole. Today and tomorrow critical, but the morning session may have deflated a few of the team's hopes because it's all boils down to how they play today and tomorrow, and most of them had a chance, and there Epsom again missing a relatively easy 3-footer, and the partner will have to come back and tap it in. So each stroke, each point, everything important there. As Meena Prakash on the right, on your screen right, in the smaller frame for FNB Frontiers, looking to putt from the front end of the green towards the flag. She's on the putting surface, but is a wee bit distance away and comes close, but would have loved to come closer. As on your left, we see now the first green, where RBD Tigers and Goel Haryana punters have moved to. And the Goel Haryana punters players from just outside the green would be looking to putt towards the flag. A double break there, breaking left first and then right and then over the flag by quite a bit. So this is a far end view and we're trying to get you a close-up. So 72 players finished their round in the morning. Another 72 are on the course right now. Another 144 waiting for their turn tomorrow, where it's going to be make or break for the finals, which is on the 17th of December 2021, right here at the KGA. Who will be the top 10 teams in the finals? We will know in a day's time. And he sinks it. The Golden Eagles player sinking it in, getting a high five from his partner. And now Sudarshan Mane will putt for the FNB Frontiers. In the meantime, RBD Tigers. Longish downhill first hole, played from the right, broke to the left, but 3 feet too short. Sudarshan Mane sinks it in. Well negotiated, well done, completes the 18th. And they will move to the first, where we already have the Goyal Haryana Punters and RBD Tigers just about to finish the first green. So Goyal Haryana Punters taking a drive around Marine Drive. Was a good part, headed to the hole, but just took a swerve around the lip of the hole, but didn't drop in, which means he needs to putt it out. And he's done it, and that ends the first hole for the Goyal Haryana Punters. And RBD Tigers also just a couple of feet away. He would hope that this will drop in. Misses from the left, and the partner will have to come and do the needful. And that's in for the RBD Tigers. INB swingers on the ninth. A relatively simple putt to negotiate, and it's done in. Sudarshan Mane on the first green. Overhitting that chip really bad off the green and onto the fairway. Meena Prakash will have to do some work to get it all the way back up, as the chip from the back end was overhit by her partner Sudarshan, sending the ball off the green. Striking it uphill towards the hole to the right. Just trying to get it as close as possible, as the Golden Eagles players Anil Sama and Sham Pawar, they too are just off the front edge of the green and would be looking to come close to that first flag. So moving at a fast pace, the alternate ball, most of the players have finished 6 to 7 holes. We've seen some good putts. So you're getting a glimpse of the fourth green in the small PIP on the top right of your screen. Where we can see the INB swingers and the Basant Batons. In the meantime, Golden Eagles putt on the first, going past the left of the hole. The Golden Eagles now playing first here on the first. Missing from the right again, so can't believe it. Anil and Sham holding their head in surprise. So the putting going a bit awry as the next batch has already approached behind and are waiting to approach the first green. But then the FNB Frontiers and the Golden Eagles need to clear. Hopefully the Golden Eagles will get this putt in. This one drops in. And now Sudarshan would need to sink it in after his chip went way over and Meena had to bring the ball back close to the hole. So Meena was helping out in the commentary last Tuesday when I had to travel, and we are thankful to her. And now her partner Sudarshan Mane sinks it in too. So now they move a bit fast as the batch behind them is already waiting to approach the hole with their layup. So glimpse of the fourth hole. We managed to get the camera all the way to the fourth tee. The par 3. And now we are back to the first. So some range issues where the frames are freezing. Yeah. Back to the fourth tee. The tee shot may have gone out of bounds. Okay. The group walking down the 18th. So now a side-on view of the fifth tee box. You can see the Golden Eagles player. Looks like Miney. Off the fifth tee. So our cameras have gone to the farthest distance of the KGA. And it'll be Mayur Nath who will follow Sandeep Maini's tee shot on the fifth. The par 5 with the water on the right and the bunker right in the center and the trees on the left. So looking for a long drive there, Mayur Nath. The FNB Frontiers playing with Prakash. And that's the tee off at the 5th. Don't know where he landed, but didn't seem too disappointed, so should be a good result. Back to the 18th fairway. RBD Tigers. The second shot. Looks like Gaurav, Dev Burman and CS Subramaniam there. With them Goel Haryana punters Rajiv Sarda and Sandeep Wadhwa. Back now to the 4th tee. The view from the far end, from the 4th green. This is an earlier recording with N. Prakash on the tee at the 4th. This was the previous hole. They're already on the 5th, but just to test the cameras at the 4th and the 5th, we bring you that coverage. Now back. We have Team Obaku and the Fanzart Eagles. Sudhir Makhija and Alka Chaudhary. Alka seems to be in the woods on the right. So Sudhir's shot must have gone right. So we're just trying out different angles from different holes, but we are back now to Team Obaku here. Playing with the Fanzart Eagles. Team Obaku 2 is in the woods on the right and looking to chip out. Back to the 9th. Approach shot by Golden Eagles, not quite making it to the green. Okay, so batches have caught up with each other because you can see the FNB Frontiers waiting in the background. While the Goel Haryana punters and RBD Tigers are just reaching the 9th green, so there seems to be a wait with one group playing a bit faster than the other. So RBD Tigers, Mahesh Rao and AVM Maheswaran and Goel Haryana punters Ramchandra Astagi and Venkat Rolla. Just to chip to the 9th green. So we are back live. What you saw earlier were a few recordings captured at the 4th and the 5th when we were testing the range of our recently erected extended wireless cameras, and a good chip there just past the left of the flag, giving his partner a chance to putt. Goel Haryana punters in the bunker and comes out well from the bunker just onto the putting surface of the green. But waiting in the backyard, you can see FNB Frontiers Prakash and Mayur Nath, and Golden Eagles Ranjan Biswas and Sandeep Maini. So now we have both the cameras on your screen. On your left is the 9th green, on the right is the bunker around the 18th, where Team Oboku is looking to play out from the bunker at the 18th. Sriram and Balaji playing for Team Oboku on the 18th right now. Gets it under the ball, and the ball is halfway onto the green. So good result. Goel Haryana punters now with the putter on the 9th. From the front end, up the hill, and then down towards the flag, playing it left, and it breaks not as much as he wanted and a bit late, but good result. Coming very close to the hole, giving his partner a chance to complete it with quite a bit of ease. On the 18th, Sudhir and Alka are beyond the flag, and Team Oboku seems to be short of the flag on the left. Just pushes it, and it's in. So RBD Tigers successfully sinking in on the 9th. And I think so will the Goel Haryana punters, because the first chip was a good one, bringing it close to the hole. On your right half screen, Team Oboku with a putt towards the hole from the left on the putting surface of the green. So the yellow ball going across, a longish putt and stopping short, and Goel Haryana punters in the meantime completes their putt and moves away. So 9th green is clear, 18th has 2 more putts to go, minimum. Team Oboku sinks it in. Alka Chowdhury of the Fanzart Eagles now, with her putt on the 18th green. It's breaking in beautifully, and she sinks it. And a run to her partner Sudhir Makhija to celebrate. Took her time, thought about it, planned it, and sunk it. And the pumping of fists tells you the joy when that ball sinks in, especially when it's a long distance putt. To the 9th green, N. Prakash with his approach. A very short layup towards the flag. He's just short of the water canal and wants to just chip it towards the blue flag, which is at the back. Prakash over chipping, I think, didn't get the elevation he wanted and has reached the back end into the rough. Mayur Nath now. Just looking at where the ball has landed up. Prakash's chip went quite a bit over to the back rough at the back of the green. And Mayur Nath totally messes that chip up. Just didn't get to strike it or time it or finish it. Just managed something a couple of feet ahead. And that's all he could manage. So Prakash now has to come and repair the damage, as the chip went maybe 3 feet ahead from Mayur Nath. And now Prakash with a putter, negotiating the rough and then the green. and heading towards the hole and stopping 2 feet short of the hole. Mayurnath now. Deep in concentration, focused, and sinks it. And relief after messing up that chip. So the Epson team, you can see Rupa Pratap, our managing committee member. Well, if you were wondering why there were only one pair of FNB Frontiers players on the 9th, the news is that the pair that they were playing with Golden Eagles Ranjan Biswas and Sandeep Kumar Maini. Sandeep Kumar Maini had to retire due to health reasons, and we wish him a speedy recovery. So on the 5th hole, he felt uneasy and the doctor advised him not to continue playing, and they have just taken him for medical help to the hospital. So wishing Sandeep Kumar Maini a speedy recovery, and they had to pull out from playing, which means Prakash and Mayur Nath with a marker accompanying them will have to continue as a 2-ball. Rupa Pratap in the meantime with her putt on the 18th from the left of the flag towards the hole, and the ball comes in very close and stops. A wonderful putt there, a good distance and good control, giving her partner an easy tap to finish. And her partner sinks it in with ease. Colonel Vipin Kotwal. So the Epsom team putting out on the 18th. Back to the 9th over here, where we have an approach from Rahul Bhalla of Team August Johns. Playing with Sunil Bhatija. And with them from On Royalty, Jai Gill, Naresh Arora. So Rahul Bhalla under hitting that chip very bad, and may have just made it short of the water, if not in, and head down in disappointment, and Sunil will have to come and make up. Playing with them, Anand Royalty, Jai Gill, Naresh Arora. They seem to be on the right towards the 18th. So their second shot has gone to the adjacent fairway, and they're approaching the green from that side. And Sunil Bhatija now just walking across to the bridge to see where he needs to land to get the ball close to the hole. Rahul Bala just practicing what he missed. So after serving, Sunil Bhatija is back. In the meantime, the Anand Royalty player is playing on the right of the green. And he chips it onto the green from the right and reaches the center of the green. So just playing it safe there. The player from Anand Royalty. In the meantime, Sunil Bhatija from the rough, close to the hazard, looking to get it on to the green. Chip. From where he was lying, it's a good chip, but would have hoped for a bit more legs on it. So both the balls now in the center of the green. Jagill marking for the putt, and Rahul Balla will have to putt. Good putt coming close and stopping just short of the hole, calling the caddy to mark. So Rahul Balla too coming really close and just missing by a whisker there, and Sunil Batija cleaning up. Mr. Arora now to wrap up for Anand Royalty. And he's done it and sunk it. Waiting behind them, Fanzart Eagles and Team Obaku. So Prahlad Rao and Rajesh Joshi of Fanzat Eagles. Rajat Chanchani, GS Ravi of Team Obaku approaching the 9th green now. They were right in weight behind the Team August Johns and Anand Royalty Group. The chip going slightly over by Prahlad. But good recovery. Rajat Chanchani now for Team Obaku. Putting pulling it a bit to the left, keeping it short of the hole. Rajesh Joshi now for the Fanzat Eagles, pushing it right, and we're pushing it too much to the right. It did not break as was assumed. It was a push too far right, which means again Prahlad will have to clear up. Now GS Ravi, after his partner brought it in close from just off the green, looking to finish this putt and sink it on the 9th. It's in, and Obaku's completed the 9th, and Fanzat Eagle should be following in a couple of minutes. So 11 holes done for most of the players. 7 or 8 holes to go. And Prahlad sinks it in, and one more batch goes past the 9th, while there is a batch waiting behind squadron leader Ahuja and Pisen Gupta of the Epson, with Adi Narayan Reddy and Gopal Evi of G. Kirloskar on the fairway, waiting to approach the 9th green. You can see the player from Epson getting ready with his shot. making sure he addresses the ball right. The player from Epsom, and he has struck it towards where it's come to the right. It's come over the canal towards the hole. So Epsom and G. Kirloskar make their walk towards the ninth. On the 18th fairway, Basant Beatons. And for the INB swingers, Madhvi Reddy. On the 18th fairway, they're all at the second shot towards the green. Low strike towards the hole, and it's on the green. A good shot by Madhvi Reddy, landing just onto the green and running towards the flag as they make a walk over the bridge again. They take the walk. So a batch walking over the bridge onto the ninth, a batch walking over the bridge to the 18th. The G. Kirloskar players looking for their ball in the canal. Epsom in the meantime is on the right of the green in the rough and will be looking to chip it onto the green. So as we watch Jay Sahuja and Sen Gupta of Epsom approaching, and right now the player on your screen is from G. Kirloskar, who's taken a drop, I think, and pulls it a bit left. But the good news for this group that's coming is Sen Gupta, who's going to come up on your screen, ready to chip. Had a hole in one on the previous hole. On the 8th hole, he had a hole in one. Well, I'm sure he's still in his mind celebrating that hole in one, because that chip was a complete shank towards the right. And now his partner needs to go back, squadron leader Ahuja. So some good news for the Epsom player. A hole in one on the 8th. Well done, sir. G. Kirloskar in the meantime. Adinarayan Reddy and Gopal AV just gauging. They had to play their approach shot again because the ball was in the water canal, and they've ended up at the front end of the green, the left front edge. striking the putt, but not striking hard enough. Just ending up halfway to the hole. In the meantime, from the bunker, JS Ahuja. That's well out. That's beautifully out, heading towards the flag, and the crowd egging the ball on to go in, but that's a good putt there by G. Kirloskar, just whiskering past the hole, and should be an easy finish for his partner. But now Mr. Sen Gupta to sink in for Epson. Sinks it in, and applause for him, and a wave to the camera. The gentleman with a hole-in-one to his name at the tournament here at the KPL 2021, Mr. P. Sen Gupta of the Epson team. A hole-in-one at the 8th. And G. Kirloskar also holds out. To the 18th, Basant Betons. Jagdish TV just missing, and Sridev Bhairappa just tapping it in. So Basant Betons finishing on the 18th, playing with INB Swingers. Eyes on the first tee. Sridev Bhairappa of the Basant Batons on the first tee. With what looks like a rescue. Striking it down the center. In fact, it's an iron. Well, the audio's back and our eyes are on the 18th fairway, where the batch approaching the 18th green is going to come in our frame shortly. Stay tuned. Most of the afternoon round players have finished 12 to 13 holes. We're down to the last 5-6 holes at the KPL 2021. Round 3, day 1, second session. You're also getting a look at those approaching the first green. RBD Tigers, you can see CS Subramanian just chipping to the first green towards the first hole and just a bit short of the hole, but a good chip. So Gaurav Dev Burman and CS Subramaniam of the RBD Tigers, with Goel, Haryana Punters, Sarjeev Sarda and Sandeep Wadhwa on the first green on your screen. And the Goel Haryana Punters just lining up their putt. Holding a reverse grip with the putter. Good firm push towards the hole, just past the right of the flag, stopping within 1.5 feet, giving his partner a pretty simple finish. The ball has been marked. Gaurav Dev Burman now playing with CS Subbu. Ball doesn't break in. Wanted it a bit more right, but just continued to the left of the hole and stopped on the left, and Subbu will just tap it in, and that's the RBD Tigers finishing the first green. And Goel Haryana Punters will do the same. So the sun is back out now, shining bright on the KGA. Any threats of rain that were there have vanished. The dark clouds have moved away. And the next 6 holes should be smooth sailing as a batch approaches the 18th green. Anand Royalty and Team August John. Should be Krishna Kumar and Nagarajan of August Johns. That is the Team August Johns, and Sanat Kumar and Sudhansh Mohan Kumar of Anand Royalty walking towards the 18th green. In fact, it's Mohan Jairam and Pramod Kurian of Team August Johns with Sumant and Joseph Matthias of Anand Royalty. Giving you a different view from side on at the 18th. Mojo, Mohan Jairam with the putter in hand on the 18th, putting downhill from the right of the flag, breaking away to the right. It had to be more left for it to get in. With the Anand Royalty players now. Good putt towards the hole, just stopping a foot short. And his partner will have to do the wrap-up. Pramod Kurian partnering with Mohan Jairam in the alternate shot for Team August Johns. Sinks it in. And Anand Royalty now. Sumant and Joseph will do the same. And it's in the hole. 18th negotiated as they move on to the first. So 5 holes to go for them. So 13 done. We're looking at the first green. FNB Frontiers, G. Ravishankar, Uday Mastur Lal of FNB Frontiers. Atul Khanna, Rajesh Masand of Golden Eagles. The Golden Eagles with the putter in hand. A unique grip of the putter. A long putt downhill from the back end of the green. Breaking from left to right, just over and past the flag on the first. G. Ravishankar now with the putter in hand for the FNB Frontiers. 4 feet uphill, drops it in from right to left, and a show of hand acknowledging the applause by his playing mates. Smiles all round for G. Ravi. Golden Eagles looking to wrap up the hole as well. Pushes it in pretty easy, smooth, and Golden Eagles complete their first as well. Five more holes for most of the batches. Few of them 4 more. See the action on the 18th. Fanzart Eagles, Madhur Sood on your screen. Just asking the caddy to move out of the line of sight. Back to the 9th here. A lovely chip there by Goel, Haryana Punters player. Landed perfectly and ran just to the left of the flag. Playing with the RBD players on the 9th green. RBD Tigers putting from just the front edge of the green. It's on the right, and it needs to run up to the hill and then down towards the flag, around 30 feet. Just waiting for the Goel Haryana Punters player to go and mark his ball on the green. Striking it too much to the left with absolutely no break. Carries on straight and leaves his partner with a long left to right. see Arun Bajaj of the Fanzart Eagles on your screen on the left, putting on the 18, just stopping a wee bit short of the hole, and Madhur Sood will just wrap up. And the RBD Tigers putt again, falling short. The first putt just carried on straight, did not break to the right. It was played left and not enough. And doing a slight jig there, the RBD Tigers player, before just tapping it in. Goel Haryana punters now will complete their 9th hole. Should be Devaya and Nitin Raj Jaju for the Goel Haryana punters. Down to the last 5 holes, most of the players and teams waiting to wrap up day 1 of round 3. Kaveri Express continue to have a great time. Out in the center are the overall leaders with around 530 points as of now on the leaderboard. Green Riders follow them with 513. Today, which is nearly over, and tomorrow will determine the top 10 who make it to the finals on the 17th. Approach to the first green. August John and Anand Royalty. Pramod Kurian now playing with Mohan Jairam with his approach. Mojo has given him a good drive beyond the bunker towards the right of the green, closer to the net towards the driving range, but a good distance on the fairway. And Kurian now with his layup, high and handsome, and just short of the green. At the front edge, Anand Royalty now ready to approach the first green. A low chip which goes to the right onto the green and breaking beautifully towards the hole, stops perfectly. Good calculation of the line, landing and breaking left towards the hole, giving his partner a pretty easy 2-footer to sink. Mohan Jairam from the front edge. Putt to the right, hoping for a bigger break. Doesn't get too much, but leaves his partner Kurian with a shortish finish putt. That's in. Team August Johns finish yet another hole, and so will Anand Royalty. Well, it's been a good day as far as the second half goes. Morning half also was a decent one, but the second half has started off with some great putts, with some good scores. And we also had a hole-in-one today. Sen Gupta of the Epson team getting a hole-in-one on the 8th hole. So we have seen a hole-in-one at the KPL. A look at the scores. This is today's standings, including the morning batch play. Kaveri Express leading once again on the day's play today and also on the overall leaderboard. Green Riders second, Anugrah Atria Power third, Promac Pinhai fourth, ASM Aces fifth, Ramaya Royal sixth, Britannia Bourbon Birdies seventh, Casu Marble Italia eighth, SNC Eagles ninth, Team Protec 10th. Those are the top 10 as of now, but of course, still 5 holes to go, or some of them 4 for the afternoon batch. And at the end of the day, we will know who finishes on top today and how much that helps them move up the rankings. But there is day 2 tomorrow, where all the teams will again assemble for 72 of them in the morning and 72 of them in the afternoon. And by tomorrow, approximately 4:35 p.m., we will know who the top 10 will play for the KPL 2021 title on the 17th. So a lot of 31s, one good 35, a 32. So good average and above average scores in this alternate shot format. .34 again, 32s, 32s, 30. 32 is considered good. 32 and above is a good achievement at the end of the day in alternate ball. 35 is fantastic. 38, 2 teams, Kaveri Express, 2 players, 38, 38. Absolutely brilliant. 2 pairings. This is currently in play, 14 holes, 15 holes. Some of them haven't updated. Sandeep Kumar Maini and Ranjan Biswas had to drop out because Sandeep Kumar Maini had slight medical issue. Hope he's doing better. Wishing him a speedy recovery. So, onto your screen on the 18th. Epson and G. Kirloskar. Should be Brigadier Clement Samuel, Dilip Kumar, Somprab Singh and Asha Prakash. Those are the 4 players on your screen. Epsom team marking the ball. Sinks it in. Lovely putt there. Somprab Singh of G. Kirloskar. And he sinks it in too. So the uniqueness of Bangalore. We can see rain at the back and there's bright sun here in the front. We'll try and get you that visual. And there's a beautiful rainbow out. So one part of the KGA golf course experiencing rain. And on the other side of the KGA course is bright sunshine with absolutely no rain. That's Namma Bengaluru for you. On our right, we can see rain coming down on the course. And on our left, absolute clear, bright sunshine. And in the midst, a rainbow with the sunlight highlighting the colors of the rainbow. So those walking to the first hole, you would experience a bit of rain on you. Not too heavy, not too bad, but rain nevertheless. Anything is possible in Bangalore. So waiting for some action to approach. Meanwhile, shots of the rain and the sun side by side were captured. approach to the ninth green. FNB Frontiers. Looks like Sudarshan Mane and Meena Prakash. Golden Eagles, Anil Saman, Sham Pawar. Yeah, but it's not a clickable link. I don't touch any of them. Golden Eagles, a bit to the left of the fairway, the branches in the way. Does he have an approach to the green? Looking to play out a bit to the right, but blocked by the branches. Don't think there's a line to the green because the branches would come in the way. Unless can manage to keep it really low, but then the canal would be an issue en route to the green. So going with a flat iron. And gets it high up and clear and on the green. So he had a good view there. We didn't. Beautifully soft landing on the green, right to the left of the pitch mark, leaving his partner around 14 to 15 feet downhill putt to the hole. But great result from where the ball lay. Sudarshan Mane didn't get a good approach, just played it to the left, and now Meena Prakash would look to lay up onto the green, around 100 yards to the green, and going with her shorter iron, maybe a 9 or an 8. That was almost an air shot. Totally missed the contact. As you come down, Sudarshan Mane now. So a rarity. He will just pitch it towards the hole. Maybe a lob or a pitching. I think they've already taken 4 shots, this pair so far. In the meantime, the Epsom players on the first green on your left, and the approach to the ninth, Sudarshan Mane, FNB Frontiers on your right. flattish kind of approach. Neatly landing on the green but not running far enough. So a long putt. And there are already 5 there. The Golden Eagles, on the other hand, had a lovely approach from behind the trees, just in the visible gap between the branches onto the green, and would like to make it in not more than 2, preferably 1. Epson on your left on the first green with a putt. Sliced it away a bit, didn't break, but stopped. Pretty easy for the next partner to just finish that hole. They choose to wait. Asha Prakash now with her putt from the front of the green, the front of the hole rather. Slightly uphill, would be aiming left a couple of inches. Strikes it and misses from the left. So her partner Somprabh Singh taps it in to complete the first hole, and same 2 for the Epson. Meena Prakash in the meantime, 25 feet approximately, up the mound and down towards the blue flag. Should have a double break. Would like to get it as close for Sudarshan to tap. It's a beautiful putt, looks online, just misses from the left edge, but goes beyond by a couple of feet. So all eyes now on the 9th. Golden Eagles would be more or less downhill, very little bit of an uphill portion there to the mound, but would be looking to go downhill. Golden Eagles now. And breaks away from the right, further right. Unsuccessful in dropping it in, which means both partners still need to wrap up and finish, and then have 3 more holes to play. Sudarshan Mane finishes for the FNB Frontiers, and so will the Golden Eagles player. 6 is what they signal. The 18th fairway approaching the 18th green. INB swingers and Basant Beatons. Should be Sridhar and Om of the Basant Beatons, with Dhanlakshmi and Gonal Bhimappa of the INB swingers. So most teams playing their 16th hole, which means a couple of holes after that and their round is done. Pulls it a bit left, or does it fade back right? Because started left. Meena Prakash on the 10th tee. From the ladies' tee, after a pretty forgettable 9th. Looking to strike it out onto the 10th fairway with her partner Sudarshan Mane. The scores coming up for you. Well, it was Sridhar approaching the 18th green for the Basant Beatons. So the 18th approach in the small PIP frame below, and above it the scores. These scores include the morning round as well as what's currently in play. So some of them doing really well. With a couple of holes to go, they're already in the 30s. Okay, so 18th hole in picture. Sridhar and Om Prakash of the Basant Batons with Dhanlakshmi and Bhimappa of INB Swingers. So Bhimappa on your frame now, chipping towards the hole on the 18th, just at the right front end, has to go straight on with a slight right landing. Yes, he landed on the right and broke towards the left, leaving Dhanlakshmi with around 6 or 7 feet to putt. So Captain Dhanlakshmi Rice of the INB Swingers. Sridhar watches on as his partner Om Prakash now putting towards the hole on the 18th. We have a batch coming up on the 9th as well, and once the 18th putting is done, we will shift focus to the 9th. Firm strike uphill from Om Prakash and stops short of the hole again. So So now Sridhar would look to putt for the Basant Beatons. Should be an inch left or maybe left inside. Sridhar Vishwanathan, Basant Beatons. The team was standing 4th or 5th in the overall rankings, have done pretty well today. With an average of 2 points per hole per batch. Should look at finishing 34, 36, and he sinks it in and pumps the fist in the air. Happiness, satisfaction, and smiles. Could also be because the teammates, including the captain Keshamurthy, are standing in the galleries, cheering and applauding and encouraging the team. The 3 members from their team in the gallery applauding them. Anand Royalty now from the back edge of the 9th in the rough. Soft downhill chip towards the hole, made it too soft. It plays on the mind because you know if you hit it a bit too much, it's going to race away. So you want to just tap it on. This is a lovely chip by Team August Johns, just going past the left. Good control, perfect line. Just stopping to the left of the hole, and should be an easy finish for his partner. Should be Krishna Kumar and Nagarajan playing with Sanath and Sudhansh of Anand Royalties. So now Anand Royalty with the putt, as the chip didn't go much. Good strike, breaking and just stopping. Good putt, good control again, just stopping at the left edge. Sudhansh, showing great control, and his partner Sanath completing the formalities. And that's in. So Team August Johns and Anand Royalty finished the 9th. They have 2 holes to go as we shift focus back to the 18th. In the first hole, Dhan Lakshmi Rai teeing off. Just a glimpse of the first tee where INB swingers teed off for their 17th hole with the Basant Beatons. RBD Tigers and Goel Haryana Punters on the 18th. Mahesh Rao and Maheshwaran with Ramchandra Rastogi and Venkat Rolla approaching the 18th. Nice approach there. RBD Tigers swinging full round and beautifully positioned on the green. What a lovely landing and positioning on the green for the RBD Tigers. So on their 17th, but the KGA's 18th hole, RBD Tigers and the Goyal Haryana Punters. Lovely putt there by the Goyal Haryana Punters. Leaving his partner just a formality tap in, which he does. So down to the last hole for most of the batches, maybe two max for the others. As we wrap up day one of round 3 at the KPL 2021, the third edition of the Karnataka Premier League, brought to you by the KGA. After that lovely approach shot, can the RBD Tigers just sink that putt? Not enough. Not enough. Hesitant to give it the full one. And it's in. So they move on further to their last hole of the day, for the day. And we await batches that would come in to sign off on day one of round 3. We will be back tomorrow. The telecast would start approximately 6:45 with our videos. 7 a.m. is the briefing for the batches playing tomorrow, and 7:30 a.m. will be the shotgun for the morning batch on day 2 of round 3. And tomorrow by approximately this time, we would know the top 10 to go into the finals of the KGA Premier League, the KPL 2021. The first green by Basant Batons and INB Swingers. play their 17th. Then Lakshmi Rice with the putter from short of the green. Looking to putt it uphill, around 25 feet from playing right, getting a good break, but not enough strength, leaving her partner with a little bit of more work to do to sink it in. Om Prakash of the Basant Beatons on the first green. Looking good, but stopping just at the edge. One more roll and should have been in, and it's going to be Sridhar who's going to just finish the hole for Basant Beaton. So one more to go for them. Sudhir and Alka of Fanzard Eagles have just approached the ninth. While we wait for Bhimappa to putt on the first. And he misses from the left. Pulling it left, Bhimappa. And then Lakshmi Rice with a teaser sinks it in. Continue to see the approach to the first green. RBD Tigers and Goyal Haryana punters playing their last hole for the day. Goyal Haryana punters with the approach pulled a bit left, but fades away back, pitching perfectly and just going past the flag. What a lovely capture there. That looked like heading left, but then turned perfectly, landed, kicked to the right, and just ran past the flag post on the first. It'll be RBD Tigers now with their approach to the first green. Sudhir asking those in the background to wait as he's looking to putt uphill. In the meantime, the RBD Tigers player approach a bit heavy, maybe out of the bunker, and just getting it halfway between the bunker and the green. Still a long distance to go. Sudhir putts a bit too firm and goes past the left of the hole. So picture of the rainbow coming up on our stream. The same rainbow that we were talking about when it was raining on our left, raining on our right and sunshine on our left. Alka Chowdhury now left with a longish putt as her partner overshot the hole by quite a mile. There you can see the rainbow in the sky, while the pot of gold is right here at the KGA. Alka Chowdhury now queuing up. She sank a long one at the 18th. Can she do the same? And save one stroke for the team. After that, she does it. She does it time and again, and the gallery applauds it once again. The 18th one was longer, and she salutes our camera. So she does it again. One hole to go for them. So sinking it for the fans' heart Eagles, Alka Chowdhury as Team Obaku. Sri Ram and Balaji looking to finish their round, their 17th. And they put it into, rolling it in. A picture of a slight opening in the cloud cover through which the sun is shining. Right here at the KGA. Beautiful visuals, not just of the green, lush green KGA, but also the beautiful skies that have held up, waiting for the KPL 2021 to finish. And once again, rain on our right and sun on our left. It's such a beautiful sight to see. On the first fairway on our right, drops of rain coming down. And on the 18th fairway and the 9th fairway on our left, absolutely no rain. Aisa bhi hota hai. Okay. RBD Tigers. Just missing the putt again by a whisker, and says nothing to be done. So they're done, I guess. Mahesh Rao and AVM Maheshwaran for the RBD Tigers and Ramchandra Rastogi and Venkat Rolla for the Goyal Haryana Punters. The Goyal Haryana Punters and the RBD Tigers have finished their 18 and will walk back on the 10th for the Fanzart Eagles. Sudhir Makhija and Alkat Chaudhary on the last hole. With Sriram and Balaji of Team Obaku. So beautiful smell of rain now. The wetness all around for us to experience. As he strikes off the tee, losing a bit of the grip on the club in his follow-through, it looked like, but should be okay. As the team Obaku Sriram all set. To tee off. Good smooth swing and a good follow through. And he's on the fairway. So we take this opportunity to thank the sponsors of the KPL. Our main sponsor, Callaway, in association with Irrigation Products International Private Limited, Gokuldas Exports Limited, IIFL Private Wealth, Tata Hitachi, YKKAP, Sitecare, Club Mahindra, Pro Cycle, Pernod Ricard, Bacardi, United Breweries, Grant Thornton Bharat LLP, and Etrimed Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. Those are our sponsors. Thank you for your support and your sponsorship. The team walking towards the 9th, which is going to be their last hole from Epsom, Colonel Vipin Kotwal and Rupa Pratap, and from G. Kirloskar, Sujit Somsundar and K.M. Maratkulam. So Sujit and Maratkulam for G. Kirloskar, Vipin Kotwal and Rupa Pratap for Epsom. Both the balls are on the green. The umbrellas were out for the last part of the game when the last two holes, as there was a little bit of rain, and there still is a little bit of rain around. Batches walking by. The scores need to get updated still. And once all of them have carded in their score, we'll know the leaders at the end of today. So we can, 3 batches walking back, or 2 batches walking back on the first fairway. That is from the green and from maybe the second. On the 9th, we have the final pairings here. Vipin Kotwal and Rupa Pratap. And Sujit Somsundar and Maratkulam, K.M. Maratkulam. So, alternate shot, round 3, day 1, on its final putts. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing it live for you from the KGA. Looking forward to some great action again tomorrow while we observe the last putts of this Monday round of KPL. Vipin Kotwal with a 30 to 40 feet putt from the front of the green where his partner Rupa's golf ball has landed. He's got a double break. He strikes it firm, negotiates the uphill, perfectly going towards the flag. And what a putt! What a putt there. Coming within 10 inches of the hole from a distance of 40 feet. In fact, it may be a foot and a half maybe, but excellently negotiated the double break, took the uphill, controlled the downhill, and now it's up to Rupa Pratap to have the final say. Sujit Somsundar in the meantime with their ball more to the right of the flag. Again, the distance would be maybe 20 to 23 feet. Would have to play a slightly different line, maybe a bit to the right as it goes uphill and then breaks down towards the left. The cut Sujit Somsundar, G. Kirloskar, former Karnataka cricketer. Good strike there, and this time just carries on. So a bit too much and too much to the left. It's difficult to gauge sometimes the double line like that when you're up and down. So Marat Kulam will now have to come back and in. The app will be updated once all the cards are in. It will be checked and the final leaderboard would be visible for your viewing. And he sinks it in. So Marat Kulam has sunk it in. And now it will be Rupa Pratap who would be looking to finish the ninth. Her partner left her with a very short putt to make. They were way off in the distance and she sinks it. And the Epsom team completes their putt on the ninth of the KGA. So to all our viewers out there, thank you for being tuned and staying tuned throughout the KPL. The team from the tournament organizing committee and the live stream committee. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege to bring you the live broadcast of all the action right here at the KPL 2021, the third edition of the KPL 2021, the KGA Premier League. This is Dr. Samir Haryani, a member and a player at the KGA, signing off for today. But we'll see you tomorrow as we bring you more live action from day 2 of round 3, the penultimate round before the finals, the deciding round when we will know who will be the top 10 to play on the 17th of December at the finals of KPL 2021. Thank you. See you again tomorrow. Lovely having you on our stream and broadcast and connecting with you throughout the day. 6:45 p.m. the broadcast will start. 6:45 a.m. the broadcast will start. 7 a.m. will be the briefing for the teams, and 7:30 a.m. will be the shotgun on all 18 holes, where 172 players will tee off in the morning and 72 players will tee off in the afternoon. See you again tomorrow. Keep watching the live stream of the KPL. Thank you very much. Good night.
When we created the new Epic drivers, we didn't just want more speed. We wanted more speed for everyone. That's why we pushed the limits of artificial intelligence to engineer the new Jailbreak AI Speed Frame. It's designed to promote faster ball speeds for every player. Only in the new Epic drivers from Callaway, the #1 driver on major worldwide tours.
What's up, everybody? The future of golf has arrived. And Grant Thornton's teamed up with the best to imagine an even brighter future.
That's what we're trying to do, is grow the next generation and inspire them.
You just have to decide when you want to play, and nothing should stop you. Making it more inclusive for everybody from all walks of life and all backgrounds.
To keep driving the game forward, amplifying diverse voices to grow the game for everybody, everywhere. By seeing more new golfers on the course and using our platform for change.
Golf found me. I didn't find golf. I didn't go out, saying I wanted to play golf. I'm using it to build a conversation as far as to get more people to reinvent what's possible for them.
Everyone will feel welcomed in golf when we make it more accessible.
I think golf can open the doors a little bit wider to bring more people into golf.
Seeing new kinds of golfers and hearing their stories.
Golf has given me that last missing piece to feel good about who I was. And that's what I was missing before golf.
We can act together. Because at Grant Thornton, we know growing the game and how you do it turns change into a reality. And we are ready.
We're starting to trend in the right direction. And 10 years from now, we will see more diversity. The whole stigma that it's not cool, like you said, it's cool to play golf.
So let's imagine a new future for golf together. And make sure it's a game to be loved by all.
Out of all the balls I've tested in the past, this new Chromsoft X, it's by far the best and the longest I've ever hit.
It honestly doesn't even matter what club's in my hand. Chromsoft gives me the most consistency up and down the bag.
The thing I love the most about Chromsoft is the responsiveness. You can hit all the shots that you want with it. It's not one-dimensional, it's multi-dimensional.
अब आप सोच रहे हैं कि क्या ये वाकई में इंडिया है? एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स, वो भी इंडिया में, जहां एक सितारा मुश्किल से दिखे, वहां तारों की चादर, नील गगन सा पानी, ये जरूर सपना होगा। क्या इंडिया के घने जंगलों में स्वीडिश मसाज? ना ना ना, नॉट पॉसिबल। वॉकिंग ऑन द ग्रेट वॉल इंडिया में हो ही नहीं सकता। जी हाँ, ये इंडिया ही है, क्लब महिंद्रा का इंडिया। देश भर में 60 से ज्यादा बेहतरीन रिजॉर्ट्स और 2000 से ज्यादा अनोखे एक्सपीरियंसेस के साथ क्लब महिंद्रा, वी कवर इंडिया, यू डिस्कवर इंडिया।
SiteCare Hospitals has a vision to redefine cancer care in our country. It is a patient-centric institution. We have sought to put the patient at the center and redesign every process that a hospital needs around the patient. Our primary focus is on clinical excellence in terms of bringing the very best medical talent from India and around the world into our hospitals. But most importantly, all this has to converge into a benefit and a superior outcome for our patients. While we try to provide the very best clinical care to our patient, the how, in terms of how that care is delivered to our patients, is equally important at SiteCare.
At SiteCare, we are all out to create a model of cancer care which is personalized for every patient. No two cancer patients are the same, and no two cancer treatments can be the same. We have brought in some of the best research protocols and evidence-based medicine into one single network of hospitals. We have a dedicated team of in-house organ side focused specialists who are full-time with us, creating the level of expertise that is necessary to deliver cancer care. All of that we need to put together and finally deliver a calm, tranquil and satisfying experience for every patient. And that is what SiteCare is about.
Gokuldas Exports. We are an organization built around our people. Our driving force is their happiness, their growth, and their empowerment. We are one of the largest manufacturers and exporters of apparels in India. Our journey began in 1979 with a vision to be a globally reputed apparel manufacturer. Our brand has been built on the foundation of quality products, state-of-the-art processes, and a team of highly motivated people. Today, with over 20 state-of-the-art manufacturing units, 15,000 plus advanced machines, and a workforce of over 25,000 plus committed people, 85% of them being women, we are proud to produce 40 million quality garments every year. The trust we recognized by major certifications and accreditations from industry bodies and customers alike. As an organization, we understand our responsibility towards the environment, and we welcome this responsibility. Our many initiatives are focused towards doing our bit to sustain the environment. Today, our values, our quality of service, and our consistent performance has forged lasting associations with our customers. With a strong foundation of success, credibility, and network, we are moving towards a bigger, brighter tomorrow. Our belief in the thought of no limits has been inculcated throughout the organization. Be it product, performance, processes, or people, we are now ready to deliver beyond excellence.
In 2008, IIFL Wealth dreamt big. Today, we are the leaders in wealth and asset management, credit solutions, and succession planning. With $38 billion worth of wealth and assets under advice, the trust of over 6,700 families. We've achieved this faster than any other Indian financial enterprise, not by following the cardinal rules of financial success, but by writing our own. We've challenged the definition of conventional management and proved that conviction and hard work are the fastest routes to success. We haven't hired employees. We've attracted people with an owner's mindset. Because when you own something, success becomes personal. Ours is a company where owners work and workers own. Today, we can put an exact number on the revenue we've generated, the profits we've made, the taxes paid, the awards we've won, and the number of lives we've transformed. What we can't put a number on is the unending trust we've built. It's not without reason that we've chosen the Shri Yantra to define our purpose. With a symbol that embodies Goddess Lakshmi's tool to create unending wealth, we are well prepared for the next decade and more. We are here. We are now. We are IIFL Wealth.
नई उमंग से भरा है आज भारत। लिखने चले हैं हम सफलता की नई इबारत। बदले देश का नक्शा, नया रूप संवारे, बेजोड़ परिश्रम से चमके कल के उजाले। सफल भारत की नींव रखें, चलो देश बनाएं। एक नहर जो खुशियों की लहर बहाए, एक फैक्ट्री जो लांघे कौशल की सीमाएं, एक माइंड जो अंधेरे चीर रोशनी लुटाए। सफल भारत की नींव रखें, चलो देश बनाएं। एक एयरपोर्ट जो ख्वाबों को नई मंजिलों तक ले जाए, एक मेट्रो जो महानगरों का मनोबल बढ़ाए, एक हाईवे जो व्यापार को नए पंख लगाए। सफल भारत की नींव रखें, चलो देश बनाएं। केवल रेत ईंट सीमेंट नहीं, आशाएं जज्बात भरे हैं। हर निर्माण में, हर इमारत में कुछ कर जाने का इरादा है। एक जोश है नए भारत में। बेबाक बुलंद बढ़ते हैं हम, सुनहरा समृद्ध कल हमारा है। ये वादा आत्मनिर्भरता का है। टाटा हिताची, चलो देश बनाएं।
Ivan-S, aluminum door and window system made with Japanese excellence. Now made in India by YKKAP with Baruco Extrusions. 2-pane to 6-pane sliding windows and doors, fixed and casement window and door combinations, especially designed stays, handles and locks, all in-house. The Ivan-S system is windproof, waterproof, pollution-proof and 30 decibels quieter. Proof tested to last over 10,000 cycles. The YKK Group in 71 countries with 42,000 staff. Our global projects: the Mode Gakuen Towers, the Singapore Botanical Gardens, the Singapore Reflections. At our Baruco Extrusions, we make custom dies, profiles and fittings. Every part of our Ivan-S system is made in-house. The Ivan-S system by YKKAP with Baruco Extrusions, your reliable partner. Call us today.